Good morning, Mr. Clerk. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we have quorum.
I call this meeting of City Council for June 25th, 2026 to order and acknowledge that we're on Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. We'll now have the opening prayer. Please rise, and we'll hear from Councillor Gilroy.
As we gather here today as members of City Council, we seek to be ever mindful of the opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community, keeping in mind always the enduring values of life and exerting our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which future generations can build with confidence. We recognize that we are meeting on Treaty 1 in Dakota Nation's territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Let us continue to strive to make the world a better place. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, Santos, and Wyatt.
Thank you. Please welcome Ekam Jo Brar from Maples Met, returning as our page today. She resides in the Old Kildonan ward. Thank you for joining us. We'll now move into morning announcements. Councillor Lukes, you have the floor. Oh, pardon me, the Mayor first. Mr. Mayor, your announcements. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think starting a bit of a solemn note, we are watching the news out of Venezuela, so our thoughts today are with the people of Venezuela. Certainly any Winnipeggers of Venezuelan descent or who have family and friends in the area affected as well. So I think just expressing our condolences to that nation and all that they're going through at this time with the two powerful earthquakes that struck yesterday. Today, my office organized a defense panel on Winnipeg construction opportunities in our sky economy. As Canada increases investment in military infrastructure, Winnipeg is well positioned to benefit from new construction and development opportunities, including projects related to the expansion of 17 Wing. The panel will bring together local construction industry leaders with representatives from the Department of National Defence, Defence Construction Canada, Major General Jeff Smith, and other representatives from the Canadian Armed Forces. The goal is simple: to ensure Winnipeg companies understand what opportunities are coming, how the procurement process works, and how they can compete for this work. Winnipeg has long been an aerospace, aviation, and defense leader. By helping local businesses connect with these opportunities, we can support job creation, economic growth, and continued investment in our city. I look forward to the outcomes of today's discussion and having Winnipeg companies well-positioned for future success.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now additional announcements. Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Mays, and Councillor Rawadi.
Thank you very much. I just would like to put this on the record. We have an incredible opportunity in our roles to meet people in the city of Winnipeg that have done unbelievable work and that have contributed to our economy, to our quality of life. I just want to put on the record, this is more of an in memoriam. Mr. Garth Grider, former owner of Caprice Distributors and G&L Sales, has passed away. Garth Grider operated his first location at 932 Erin Street. It became a Manitoba institution. Freight claims, bankruptcy stocks, insurance claims, closeouts. There was inventory that he liquidated. He was a long-term friend of our family. We were raised on a lot of this liquidated food that my father would buy and refrozen, whatever. We don't want to know. Today is his funeral. I'll be attending it, but I just really wanted to make note. He was 91 years old, and we have a lot of titans in our city, our province. I call them titans, people that have really contributed to our city's betterment. And I just wanted to put on the record these comments in memory of him. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lukes. Next, Councillor Mays.
Wanted to thank city staff, Councillor Wyatt, Councillor Rowlands, Councillor Chambers for meeting with our recent delegations from Albania and Kosovo who came by to visit. They're very appreciative. Hopefully we can do some follow-up with them and with the school district. And of course, we all remember the famous Albanian saying, Due atandje shishponia fole. Not even sure, I do know what that means. So, yes, Due attende shishponia fole. And the other thing I wanted to mention was we're in the habit of congratulating high school championship teams. I wanted to congratulate the St. Paul's 4x400 varsity boys team on winning the provincial championship, partly because one of its members was Hayden Bowman, who we will remember as the son of the former mayor, Brian Bowman. And I asked the former mayor if he had trained on some of the tracks that the former mayor, the greatest track and field mayor in the city's history, had ever built. The former mayor declined comment on that, but I wanted to congratulate Hayden and his teammates. Track is alive and well in this city, and that's at least partly due to the efforts of the former mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Final speaker, Councillor Brawadi.
Today I rise in celebration of a significant victory for public safety for communities across our country and right here in Manitoba. After years of rising concerns about repeat offenders, auto thefts, home invasions, and violent crime plaguing our streets, Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, has officially become law in Canada. Bill C-14 delivers real, meaningful reforms to our justice system. It strengthens bail provisions so that violent repeat offenders, those involved in serious crimes like firearms offenses, organized crime, extortion, and auto theft, can no longer easily walk free to reoffend while awaiting trial. It ensures tougher sentencing that better reflects the harm caused to victims and communities. Today, I want to recognize some people here in Manitoba that have made a big difference on this file. I'd like to start at the top. I'd like to thank, of course, the new direction and new leadership of the federal government under Prime Minister Mark Carney. I'd like to thank our Justice Minister, Matt Wiebe, the Honourable Matt Wiebe, and our Premier, Wab Kinew. I'd like to thank the Highway Number 1 mayors of Manitoba, our own Mayor Scott Gillingham, Jeff Fawcett from Brandon, Sherilyn Knox from Portage-la-Prairie, for being persistent, consistent, strong voices on the need for this reform. At this time, I'd also like to recognize that it was actually the Association of Manitoba Municipalities, on the federal level, they got really involved in this file early on. Under the leadership of former President Cam Blight, we were working the halls of Ottawa, talking about the problems here in Manitoba. The cases where people were being arrested at one moment and back in the street hours later to reoffend. I'd like to thank, again, those members of the Manitoba FCM board that had that opportunity to make those comments, to have those meetings in Ottawa. I'd like to recognize Joe Massey from Portage-la-Prairie, Laurent Tétrault from the Arm of La Broquerie, Marvin Plett from the city of Winkler. It was long before FCM got involved in this file that AMM was doing this lobbying in Ottawa. So today I just want to put an extra recognition also to Executive Director Dennis Volkov for his leadership, and current President Kathy Valentino for the strong representation on this important issue, and to take a small amount of celebration today to have this new legislation in the last number of weeks pass. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Brawadi. Mr. Mayor?
I don't know if it's appropriate, Madam Speaker, but let the record indicate Councillor Jeff Rawadi needs to be on that list as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge the passing of a Charleswood resident, Larry Ring, who passed on June 14th at the age of 84 suddenly. Many in our community knew Larry as the big guy, or even unofficially as the mayor of Charleswood, the title that he earned through decades of volunteerism, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the people around him. Larry's contributions to our city were remarkable. In fact, he served as a lawyer, family court judge, and master of the Court of Queen's Bench, and later the Public Utilities Board. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Larry will be remembered for his countless hours of devoted volunteerism, whether that being with the Charleswood Hawks, the Assiniboine Park Rangers, or in the building of Varsity View Sportsplex in the 1980s. He was a builder of community and a mentor to young people, a proud husband, father, and grandfather. And we could always see Larry at Iroquois Arena working the canteen with his grandchildren. He had many simple but quite touching stories in his life that made him such a great part of the community. Larry's favorite saying was, "These were the good days." Judging by the impact he had on so many lives, he helped create many good days for others. On behalf of council, I'd like to extend our sincerest condolences to his wife Pamela and his family, and knew that we all loved him in Charleswood. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duncan, for those remarks. Councillor Orlikow moves the minutes of the meeting held May 28th, 2026 be taken as read and confirmed. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll move into delegations. Councillor Lukes, you.
I would like to make a request that we move the Public Works agenda up before even EPC, if possible, so that we could deal with it, so I could leave and go to the funeral.
We'll have a vote on that. All in favor of moving EPC report up? All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Thank you. We'll reorder the agenda today, Mr. Clerk. Moving forward with delegations, Mr. David Grant is joining us remotely. He'll be heard on a number of items as noted in the agenda. Mr. Grant, welcome.
(15) and 16, and public input. I spoke yesterday with one of your senior staffers. At the end of our conversation, I made a positive but sarcastic comment on forms of public input that brought genuine laughter to him. I said it was just as easy to ignore a written comment as to ignore a verbal one. We're talking about a recent comment made by the mayor. His worship said that City Hall is more supportive of public input, democratic input, than any other level of government. The city certainly does invite more public input more frequently than does Ottawa. Recent changes in city rules have taken it to second place.
Mr. Grant, I'd
Yes?
like to ask you to speak to specific items, please.
I'm talking about specific item 15 and 16, and that was the topic of our conversation yesterday with the staffer.
So you're speaking of 15
And,
and 16, carry on.
That's correct. That's what I said. City certainly invites public input more frequently than does Ottawa. Recent changes in city rules have taken it to second place versus the legislature. On a busy evening there, each of us gets 10 minutes per topic versus just seconds per topic here. I have far more faith in all of you and the noble cause you were elected to than do most Winnipeggers. For more than 60 years, I've worked on election campaigns, including those in Winnipeg's mayors and councillors. In the 60s, there was no internet. Newspapers were big. In 1967, my innovation got a pic of me and the Premier of Ontario onto a front page in a general election that he won. When the elected do things that do not match the goals of the campaign team, it disappoints. EPC reports 15 and 16 are examples. In effect, the city taxes builders of new homes, which increases the cost of a new home. Maybe just a tiny bit, but it does. We're told that this money will create new parkland. The money collected is often spent on other things. For 4 years, the city has been going the other way. Under the HAF program brought in by Ottawa and the city's support, the land that locals have always used as parkland has been ruined. Much of it has sprouted big apartment buildings. Why has your audit team not been asked to report on the Land Dedication Reserve Fund? It was a great idea, but I believe there's a disconnect. City Hall has made clear that a violation of the rules is not breaking the rules if council has voted to waive those rules, and topics 15 and 16 are requesting you to waive those rules. On water topic 1, CSO, combined sewer overflow. As some of you will recall hearing, in the 1970s, I was one of Canada's leading experts in CSO mitigation. CSO is important to Winnipeg. My work was published more than 50 years ago. The City of Windsor was fully committed to CSO mitigation in 1972. This report is silent on the actual BOD load imposed on the rivers. Why is this? This number is far more relevant than the headline-grabbing liters per day. The liters per day, millions or whatever, make us all look bad. If 100 liters of sanitary flow is mixed with 1,000 liters of fresh rainwater, and 800 liters of this mixture goes to the river, while 200 is treated, this increases the BOD load as much as would 80 liters of sanitary flow. Does the city report the 800 liters and not the 80 liters? Does anyone here know? Do your staff know? I think you should report the smaller number because that's really the effect. I recall a resident speaking to Brian Bowman's council here on CSO mitigation. She asked if your toilet is overflowing, should your response be to buy new kitchen cupboards? She was asking for discretionary spending by the city to be diverted to the CSO problem. I recall a resident, backing up, please. This report is silent on efforts to adjust the flow out of combined sewer interceptors. Has this ever been done in Winnipeg? It was one of my specialties. How recently has this been done? I've explained this in detail here for many years. Has this important message been kept from your relevant staff? This report is also silent on river and rainwater leaking into the sanitary system. Has the city done anything to identify, quantify, and mitigate this? And CSO problems are more than just making the river less cloudy. It's about providing services that you're obligated to provide to residents. If the budget to achieve 85% reduction were increased to include replacement of the worst old pipes, I believe it would only take 10 years and a pause in discretionary spending. This is a moral test that previous councils have failed for decades. I would encourage you to work in that direction.
Mr. Grant,
Lastly,
thank you for your
topic
presentation,
6.
Mr. Grant.
Yes, I have 2 lines. Can I finish?
Sure.
Okay, thanks. On topic 6, HAF. For many of the homeless, the city's definition of affordable, which comes from Ottawa, the definition, is ludicrous. It was cruel to say that HAF would solve the, quotes, price of housing problem or the homeless encampment problems. HAF housing, well, I think we all realize, is far more luxurious and expensive than where most of us live. And I would hope that each of you takes the time to consider the information provided to you from us in your agenda. And thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. See if there's any questions. None today. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you again.
Next delegation is Marion Willis, Executive Director of the St. Boniface Street Links, to be heard in support of item 13 of the report of the Executive Policy Committee dated June 16th, and it's regarding dedicated encampment sites. Marion? Welcome.
Well, good morning, Mayor Gillingham and members of council. Today I'm here to ask for one thing: the establishment of at least one designated and managed encampment site in the city. Not because encampments are ideal, not because homelessness is acceptable, but because the current situation is not working for anybody. People are dying on the streets from fentanyl overdoses. Outreach workers and paramedics struggle to find people and support them across dozens of scattered encampments and other locations throughout the city. Businesses are frustrated, residents are frustrated and also frightened. And vulnerable people continue to live in unsafe, desperate conditions. The question that we need to answer is whether we want to continue to manage through chaos, or do we want to manage with a plan? I know that there are some councillors around this table who believe that homelessness is primarily a provincial responsibility, that it's all within provincial jurisdiction. And perhaps it is. However, public safety is a municipal responsibility. Emergency response is a municipal responsibility. The conditions of our parks, our streets, and other public spaces is a municipal responsibility. And right now, the cost of doing nothing is being paid by every taxpayer, by businesses, first responders, and people experiencing homelessness. A managed encampment site is not a solution to end homelessness. It is a tool that allows outreach workers to find people, a tool that helps prevent overdose deaths, a tool that reduces pressure on police, on EMS, and on our hospital emergency rooms, a tool that creates a pathway to housing, treatment, and recovery. But most importantly, it is an investment. An investment in public safety, an investment in human dignity, and an investment in restoring confidence in our city. Winnipeg has invested heavily in revitalizing downtown and strengthening our neighborhoods. Yet these efforts are undermined when public spaces become the scenes of visible crisis and despair, and I'm going to add here, there are many areas of our downtown West End, Osborne, all the way up to Polo Park and beyond that have become vast wastelands of despair. It's nothing that we should be proud of. We can't arrest our way out of this problem. It's not about law enforcement. We cannot ignore our way out of this problem. And we cannot wait for another level of government to solve it while conditions continue to worsen. Leadership. Leadership means acting when a problem lands on your doorstep, regardless of jurisdictional issues. That's what leadership is. You're elected by the people to lead. Today, I'm asking council to show that leadership. Because the cost of action is far less than the cost of inaction. Every day that we delay, the bill gets larger, the crisis gets deeper, and more lives are put at risk.
Councillor Eady moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
2 seconds or less. Winnipeg cannot afford the cost of doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll take questions. Councillor Wyatt, followed by Councillor Eady and Councillor Lukes.
For coming here today and for the work that you do. Recently, I thank you for raising the first responders. Recently, a first responder reached out to me, a firefighter who's been a longtime member of the City of Winnipeg Fire Department, who expressed, I guess, growing frustration, and in fact, indicated to me that firefighters for the first time are taking leaves, are moving to actually other departments outside of the city, finding other alternatives at being a City of Winnipeg firefighter, which is actually quite new, a phenomenon, just because of the rate of burnout that's going on. Could you elaborate on what you see out there with regards to our constant response with first responders? And we're seeing it as well in terms of just responding to other calls that other citizens have to make, where first responders, I know of a case where it took them 15 minutes and the ambulance another 15 minutes or 30 minutes to get to a scene where somebody was having actually a person actually passed away tragically because they could not resuscitate him. So what have you seen out there with regards to our first responders?
Councillor Wyatt, you raise a good point, and it's a valid point. As you know, we're not only dealing with homelessness on the streets and people in encampments and wherever they are, we also run a 20-bed shelter in our city-owned building, thank you very much, with beds designated to hospitals. We are often calling paramedics to come for medical reasons to that shelter, and there are times when paramedics are calling taxi cabs to take our clients to the hospital, because the amount of crisis out there by far exceeds current resources to manage it effectively. So yes, it's very concerning. Everybody is burnt out. The fire department, paramedics, the strains on police, the strains on frontline workers, all of us. Something has to give here, and it's the level of chaos. And all we need to do is to agree that there is a way to invest, to bring order out of chaos. You start small and you build on it. They have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Do you want to spend your money managing chaos, or do we keep adding to the costs of emergency services, to policing, to fire, to the stress on our healthcare system is profound. The province is doing their part. Oh, sorry, I keep hitting the microphone. The province is doing their part. I just read in the paper today, investments that they're making, to renovate.
Marion,
Sorry?
thank you. We do have several other
Oh,
questions.
yes, sorry. Okay.
And I just want to remind everyone to bring your questions and responses through the chair. Councillor Wyatt, second question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, through the chair. Earlier this year, I had an opportunity to walk down to Waterfront Drive and to speak to some of the folks living there,
Yes.
or who were living there. And what I heard from them when speaking to them was, who comes down here to speak to you? Do you get folks coming to speak to you about opportunities for housing, alternatives? And they said, well, the only folks who've come to us so far, really, at this point, are the Winnipeg Police Service saying, what are you going to do, when it gets cold, kind of thing. Has that changed at all? Has there been, is there? I know your organization does a lot to find housing, but just you're saying that it's overwhelming, and I hear what you're saying with regards to the province, but at the same time, we see other jurisdictions where they built smaller units, 300, 250 square feet, where you plug in services on the main floor when they're ready. Why can't we do that here? What are we waiting for, Mary?
Yes, your response, please.
Okay, so my response is twofold, okay? There's very little services being offered to people in encampments. And I'm going to give you two stark examples, and I'll do this quickly. On Thursday last week, our outreach team delivered somebody to 259 Fountain that we were housing. Everybody knows of our project there. While there, they noticed two seniors sitting with blankets and personal belongings in Lizzie Park. So they went and approached those two seniors to see what's up. Why are they there with their blankets and their personal belongings? These are two seniors who are not born into poverty, not street people, but had fallen into some difficult circumstances. They had seen all the ads on TV about Siloam Mission, and they see people like a young girl sitting on receiving medical services, and they're thinking that Siloam Mission is the place that you're going to go if you're going to get some help to get housed. These are seniors without knowledge of the sector. So they do get a bed there, and they get a housing worker assigned to them. They've had that housing worker for 7 months. They've never once been shown a house. We housed them that very day. We moved somebody out of one suite at Fountain into a single room, cleaned up that suite, and put them in it. The senior woman reports having been sexually assaulted once, and both of them report having been physically beaten twice. And they both, the male, just sobbed uncontrollably when he realized that he was being housed on the spot. This week, We've dealt with encampments over by, off Empress what's there, Montana's Home Depot and Blue Cross. There's 6 encampments there. Nobody has been there to ask any questions or to offer them anything. Today, our team is cleaning up the last of the 2 encampments. And we've housed everybody. There's 3 that we're sending back up north as soon as we can make flight arrangements with their band. They're from
Thank you,
Garden
Marion.
Hill.
A few other
I would like
questions?
to just say,
Okay.
continue, if you don't mind.
There's a few other questions.
I know,
If you
but-
want to wrap up that response, and there's several questions. Thank you.
But I just want to say, one of the young ladies with her boyfriend are people that we know really well. That young lady, when we asked her where she got her nice new tent, she said one of the service organizations had given it to her so that she could camp. Another person that is in that encampment is somebody who had been in custody and was released by corrections, given a bus ticket, dropped off at the perimeter, and made his way to Polo Park to meet up with that crew to be in that encampment. So, you know, when I say that we need a designated encampment and we need to bring order out of chaos, we need to do that. We need a place to work from, where we can all come together now and understand better who these folks are, why they're there, and what it is going to take to move us forward in a way that provides them with dignity, that improves safety for everybody here, because it's absolute chaos out there, and that is what's wearing everybody out.
Thank you, Marion. Final question, Councillor Wyatt?
Yes, thank you. I got to know a gentleman.
Right into the question, please.
Thank you. Last year or so ago, there was a gentleman standing always at the corner of Chief Peguis and Henderson, older gentleman, and I carry around cigarettes and granola bars I hand out. So, but I stopped one day to talk to him, and it was like, you know, he looked like a senior, and I said, well, how did you? He said, well, you wouldn't believe this. I was a long-haul trucker before. So I won't get into the detail, but certain things happened in his life that basically blew him off course, that he didn't have the support that there may be there for others who've had difficulties in their life. How do we make it so that it's more tangible and real? Because often we look at folks who are homeless and we almost think of them almost, I hate to say this, as a different race in a sense, but there could be our neighbors, they could be people we know. How do we make it more human, more real, so that maybe then, and only then, will policymakers start to take it more seriously?
I'm not sure I can answer that in the amount of time that we have to do this, but maybe we can have a conversation down the road about some of those solutions.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Eady.
Madam Speaker, I'll just do a preamble for my first question. Last year, we engaged, the Mynarski Ward engaged St. Boniface Street Links to work with people living in encampments who are desperate and are doing desperate things every day in order to survive. You know, it's a difficult thing because now we have people moving all over the place as a result of our policies and encampments. But and we did talk about a managed encampment to housing. Now, my question really is this. So St. Boniface Street Links gets great
Councillor
results.
Santos moves extension of 5 minutes. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Gets great results with the team that they have out there working. And it takes a fair amount of time, and I'm looking at a report this year, because we've also engaged again in Mynarski Ward to help everybody. It includes residents as well as the people living out there, rough and so on. But, and we talked about the managed encampment. So my real question is, how much time could we save in bringing some individuals to a place where they could live, and how long would it take versus the way you're doing things now versus dealing with the individual in a managed encampment to get them into housing and get all the supports that they need? Because I know that your team works at trying to make sure every individual you assist gets that.
Thank you, Councillor Edie. Not that long. You recall that, I've kind of been in front of you a few times talking about the need for a managed encampment to housing site, and these are sites with a mandate, not just a place for people to live, a place where we can really work with people and have continuity and follow through, produce outcomes. I'm a very outcomes-driven woman, follow our organization and see our outcomes, When we came back from Halifax, I actually, with my team, developed a complete model for a managed encampment housing site in Winnipeg with all the supporting documents. If the city decided to go this path, you have no work to do in terms of developing policies and procedures, job descriptions, the mandate, the safety protocols. It's all there. It's all fully developed. We simply need a designated area. We have the University of Manitoba that built a tiny home for St. Boniface Street Link sitting in Boxstall's compound. It's fully wired, it has electricity, it has baseboard heat. It simply needs to be hooked up to power, and there's your navigation, your triage center there. I can tell you that for most of the population we serve, we're housing in under 24 hours, and the longest period of time it takes usually is 10 days.
Another question,
Second question, Councillor Edie.
no preamble. Is there an estimated cost for the supports within the managed encampment to housing in terms of that social support that's required for people to get into homes?
We all talk about wraparound supports. That's the lingo within Housing First. You hear it within Your Way Home. Nobody funds it. It's just language. But what does it actually cost? Well, a capable team of outreach workers can provide those wraparound supports. So it means that you put more money into funding outreach teams to actually do this work, because they're the ones that are linking everybody to services, and the services we're linking them to are services that are funded through the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority, through Shared Health, through other types of programs. It's about really learning how to use and maximize on all the resources that are out there and becoming multidisciplinary and multi-systemic. That's how this all works. Our housing retention, and I'll let you know, you can check our stats. We've housed over 2,500 people now in the last 52 months, and our housing retention rate is well over 80%. It's not expensive.
How many more could you do if you could utilize managed encampment to housing?
I'm going to be honest here, okay, and say this. Last year when I was meeting with you, I was telling you we needed one managed site. This year, I'll say to you, there likely needs to be two. And I have an idea of where those sites could be if somebody wants to speak with me another time. But I think the flow through those sites could be fairly quickly. If we look at the Halifax model, the City of Halifax actually created a managed encampment to housing site plan strategy that has worked, by the way. They're closing the last of their managed encampment sites this year, if it hasn't closed already. And they started with a $2.8 million budget. That is not a lot of money when you think about the
Councillor
cost.
Gilroy moves extension for 2 minutes, 5 minutes. All in favor? Contrary, carried.
Every cent you put into this, you're going to save. You're going to get a return on that investment through savings to EMS and policing and other programs.
Thank you. Next set of questions, Councillor Lukes, followed by Councillor Chambers.
Thank you very much, Ms. Willis. I really want to commend you for the work that you're doing. So I want to keep on the managed encampment topic here. Could you share with us, I'm sure you deal with provincial representatives all the time, could you share with us what they say when you ask them for funding for a managed encampment site?
I'm going to say this, okay? I wish that we could depoliticize all of this, because wouldn't it make everything so much easier? Quite frankly, Councillor Lukes, I hear you, but quite frankly, we have asked the province, okay, to ensure that there's a navigation center, and they're converting 190 Disraeli into doing that. We've been pleading with everybody to do more to intervene with the level of overdose deaths out there. And you know what? The province is doing that. The province is making investments. I don't think we can criticize the province. But the
Just asking about the
municipal,
specific, when you ask them about funding a managed encampment site, what do they say?
well,
Councillor Luke,
this is
thank you.
all municipal land that we're looking for, right? Parks is not municipal land? Is it not the municipality that picks up garbage, clears
Marion-
snow
Marion, a question's been posed specifically.
specifically? And it is the municipality that picks up the garbage. That's what's required from the city, land and those types of services. Maybe a partnership with Hydro to hook up something to power. It's not a huge undertaking. I think they're doing their part.
Next question, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to Marion Willis. Thank you for your presentation this morning. Thank you for all of the hard work that you do in the space that you do it in. I'm interested to know if you're aware of any other jurisdictions that have managed encampments, and are they still operational?
Thank you, Marion.
Yes.
There's,
Second question.
yeah, so second question, what is the efficacy of having a managed encampment?
Okay. So as you may know, Councillor Gilroy and I traveled to Halifax. I think that was last year. I'm losing track of time. Must be an aging thing. I should retire. Anyway, and we visited managed encampments there and looked at the plan they had for Halifax Dartmouth. They started out, and they really didn't have a lot of choice. They had a major crisis in Halifax. They had to bring in an expert because everybody had moved all the encampments onto the grounds of their city hall. It was really quite a sight, and that's right close to the waterfront, which is their business, their tourism sector. So they decided to respond to that crisis. And they brought in a fellow who they gave full responsibility to. They gave him a budget of $2.8 million, and he established, in the first year, one managed encampment, and over a period of 3 years, up to 5. And now they've been titrating it down. They're down to their last managed encampment. In fact, I think that they told me recently that they're closing the last one because you know why? They don't need them anymore. Because by the city establishing the designated managed encampment sites and then working with the province, it freed the province up of Halifax, responsible for Halifax, Dartmouth, to focus more on housing. And so the province actually came on board working with the municipal government and the designated encampment teams to build tiny homes and unique little villages that have actually been able to end homelessness. And I think they're one of the most successful cities in Canada when it comes to this. There are cities scattered across Canada who have had various degrees of success, but I think what a smart city does, and I think we're a smart city, we look at what others have done, we try to understand what's worked, we take note of what hasn't worked, and we use that to inform ours.
Okay, so with 15 seconds left, are there any jurisdictions that you're aware of where they had the managed environment or managed encampment that was not successful and that they had to terminate that encampment?
Oh yes, there's been quite a few.
Okay, thank you.
Again, and that's why you can't just have designated encampment sites. That's why it's managed encampment to housing. Managed and with a mandate.
Thank you, Marion. That concludes our questions under this committee. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker, simply want to say thank you. Did I hear you say, Ms. Willis?
Mr. Mayor, there's no time on the clock.
Oh,
We require
I'll move
suspension.
Just, Just simply to say thank you, and, I celebrate if you've moved 2,500 people
We have.
from encampments into housing with an 80-plus success rate, thank you. So there's no question, just a statement of thank you.
And without our outreach funding from the city, that'll be another chat we should have someday soon.
Councillor Rollins,
Extension of time, there's several folks that still want to ask
you
questions.
move 2 minutes, or? Okay,
How many speakers? How many
5
speak-
minutes. There are 3 speakers on the list. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Next speaker, Councillor Rollins and Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you very much for being here today. In 2025, we shifted $550,000 in grants for 3 outreach to 1 RFP for 1 outreach team. Can you reflect on the impact since, and in particular, the amount that councillors that very year then put into your service to deliver outreach services?
Thank you. The response?
Well, I'll tell you, it's tough being St. Boniface Street Links these days. We're a registered charity that relies heavily on donor funds. Thank goodness we have a good donor base because it's now taxpayers paying for the city's encampment ban. Because it's taxpayers that are now keeping our outreach on the team with some support from Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Eadie, and Councillor Durand-Wood. Thank you very much, because without you, none of this would happen. It makes very little sense. And who does this? Not the United Way, not the province of Manitoba, not the Winnipeg Foundation, not the federal government. Who takes a community granting process for outreach services or community services and converts it to an RFP? Those are typically reserved for businesses and are legal and binding agreements. It's something, the services that we provide are very different than that and need to be looked at differently than that. It's been very challenging for us. A smart city would have considered this. Main Street Project is the service provider for the province of Manitoba. The province and the federal government have millions of dollars into Main Street Project, and by the way, they do a very good job of what they do. That's their service provider. And they support the Your Way Home strategy. There's a Reaching Home agreement that is administered by End Homelessness Winnipeg that supports all the Indigenous organizations to serve Indigenous peoples to end homelessness that way, and that is how it should be, and they're all doing a fabulous job. And then there's the Street Links model that the city knows, because we've been very transparent, very open with what we do. Everybody's invited into the Street Links world, the media, all levels of government, the public. You all know what we do. So we've proven our outcomes. And in a more functional world, the municipal government would have recognized that you need to support the Street Links model. Now, and to do that doesn't mean that you're not supporting Your Way Home. It means that you're uniting us. That those 3 strategies, Your Way Home, Street Links, and End Homelessness Winnipeg, brings all 3 levels of government together, and what unites all of us, 3 different approaches. Because let me tell you something. The drug use crisis and the pandemic hasn't chose people by ethnicities and by socioeconomic status. It's everybody and everywhere in this city. So those 3 approaches, supported by 3 levels of each by 3 levels of government, unites all of us with the goal to end homelessness. And we wouldn't be here having these discussions today because we would have made a whole lot of progress. But now we're all pitted against each other. And that's what the RFP did.
Madam Speaker, the second question, reflecting on what you said about transportation, has there been a time where you've been transporting someone to get rapid access to addictions medicine, and it's been closed because it's only open noon to 4? And tell me about that and what you then did.
Well, there's probably others on my team better equipped to answer this than me, but I will say I do appreciate our rapid access to addictions medicine clinics. Those are the emergency rooms for addictions medicine. Does the province and the federal government need to invest more into those clinics? Yes, they do. addictions and this crisis this overdose crisis, the drug use crisis that we're in this city doesn't operate on a timetable. There still is no 24/7 access to addictions recovery supports. It is all of us running around with naloxone kits in vehicles, trying to, turn around overdose deaths, or in the worst case scenario, opening up tents indoors and finding bodies.
Final question. Reflecting on transportation, what is the estimated transportation plan to your preferred scenario of a managed encampment? Can you give me a
Councillor
cost
Gilroy moves
estimate?
extension.
Transportation
2
costs?
minutes. All in favor? Contrary?
Given that you have
Carried.
to, given that the point of what you're proposing today is moving folks from a diaspora of encampments to a managed site, what is just the estimate of how you would pile people into vehicles to do just that? Do you have an estimated budget for the proposal?
We do have an estimated budget for the proposal that was developed over a year ago. And I think in all fairness, Sherry or Councillor Rollins, it would be good for myself and a few like-minded others to revisit that and present something to this council that is realistic. But I would say that, that likely about $1.5 or $2 million a year, for the next 3 years would probably make a huge difference and restore order permanently in the city.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Gilroy.
Thank you. You talked about the chaos, and now we do have an encampment strategy that moves people out of parks. So now we're seeing them on the streets. Can you talk about how it can maybe improve that for the local businesses and the communities that are kind of impacted by that now?
Yeah, I kind of don't want to be the person standing up here saying, I told you so, but I told you so. I said to all of you before, and you're not the experts we are. We understand this deeply. And I understood that it would be really difficult for me to support the city's encampment ban, although I do think it's an incredibly smart move. It's the right decision. But a city encampment ban for a whole lot of reasons.
Councillor Gilroy moves extension of 2 minutes. All in favor? Contrary?
The city's encampment ban can only work if you're providing an alternative. So the managed encampment to housing site is in support of the city's encampment ban.
Okay, Marion, thank you.
It is not a violation.
There's one more question, Councillor Gilroy. Your final question.
And can you talk about the violation of people's rights?
It is not a violation of human rights when you can provide an alternative, whether that's an alternative site, a shelter, bed, or housing. It is only when you take away somebody's housing without providing that alternative that it is a violation of human rights.
Thank you. Councillor Durant-Wood. Final speaker.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Just continuing on that theme of human rights, I know that there has been a recent landmark decision in Ontario regarding the rights of homeless people under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Do you have anything to add on that note, how that might have implications for our city?
Right. Well, I think what that decision said is actually what I'm telling you, and I've been saying this all along. It is not a violation of human rights. You've got to remember that we have a sector that is basically a homeless serving industry out there. There are lots of reasons why people try to maintain the status quo and try to control various agendas within it. I actually care about the people out there. I love this city. This is where I live, where my children live, where my grandchildren are growing up.
Thank you. Is there a second question?
Let's fix it.
Thank you, Marion, for your presentation today. Next delegation is by Mr. Terry Washniak. It's to be heard in support of the Executive Policy Committee notice of motion regarding a request for a mental health and addictions summit, and he's in opposition to item 1 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated June 10th regarding the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, at the risk of the council chair ruling me out of line, I'd like to address one extra item, which is the fast tracking of a subdivision in Transcona.
With respect, Mr. Washniak, you did not register for that item. It's also, we're reminded it's an item of a public hearing, so that those presentations would only be made at Community Committee.
I was there. Oh, the community committee was eliminated from that.
Well, at the Executive Committee. Yeah.
Ah.
Mr. Washniak, the 2 items you registered for, please.
Okay. So on that, what's interesting is that what I'm here to speak to is managed encampments, which was eliminated from this council agenda as well. But seeing how you've allowed the previous speaker to focus on that, I think I should be allowed to as well.
Carry
on. Oh, carry on. Okay. EPC. So do you have another message for me?
Mr. Washniak, you're speaking to the items you've registered for, correct?
Okay, so if I can speak to the issue of managed encampment without being objected to?
We would require a suspension of the rules for that. That's not an item you registered for.
I will request that somebody suspend the rules based on the history of what we've heard as
That's what you're
dialogue in this
asking?
community.
You're asking that, so carry on with your item. Okay, Councillor Rollins has suspended the rules to
Thank you.
hear. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Councillors, I appreciate that. My issue is the managed encampment. It was an issue for the second time at Executive Policy Committee. And at EPC, I brought up the fact that it appeared there with no history. Whereas the history of that committee, of that issue, was that in 2025, this council requested information. After 120 days, the administration refused to create that information, and that decision to refuse to create the information of a list of locations, possible locations for encampment, that was supported by the mayor. When this issue returned to EPC recently, what we discovered is that the mayor was willing to make the same mistake twice and made his public opinion before I even finished my presentation that he would be voting that this not appear at council. And sure enough, it's not, yet here I am speaking to it, and that's somewhat ironic. I appreciate that. The result, when council refused the first request to look at taking a proactive role in managed encampments for the homeless population crisis we have, there was a direct result. It was a direct result in fires and in abandoned buildings and in garages that was unprecedented. There were 6 fires in one night. We were chasing people off the riverbanks and out of the parks with no place to go. We just heard that that is where you are violating human rights. You have to give someone a place to go. Otherwise, they will do what they have to do to survive. And in that case, it was getting into places that they shouldn't be. And the result was fires and a tremendous loss of real estate value and overtime for paramedics and fire departments. I only have 36 seconds left for my second issue, which is the master transit plan for Winnipeg, that once again, it was an order of council. Or a council order said, come back with the information on a regular period of time. That order of council was given in 2021 when the transit master plan was voted in. They said they wanted regular reviews. That time is up now. When
Mr. Washniak, that's time. We will address any question. Councillor Orlico moves extension of 2
Thank
minutes.
you, Councillor Orlico.
Okay, all in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Mr. Washniak, 2 minutes.
Thank you. The Transit Master Plan in 2021 was a bold, ambitious project by the city at $1.1 billion over 20 years. 1.1 billion. What we're dealing with right now is only phase one. What would have been dealt with, should be before this council now, is a timely review of where that project is and what are the results so far. What we know now for sure is that all of the intentions to get ridership up, to benefit downtown Winnipeg, those issues have not been successful. The reverse is true. Ridership is down below numbers of the pandemic level. The attendance to the Millennium Library are dismal, more than 30%. Almost 40% have dropped in the last year because of the inability for not just, well, for the entire city to get downtown Winnipeg. If you walk the streets of downtown Winnipeg now, you will notice how few people there are. It's because there is no transit access. The city took out 1,700 bus stops and decommissioned over 200 existing bus shelters. And then we put Winnipeggers into one of the longest winters we've ever seen. For anyone to say that was a successful project, we're moving in the right direction, very serious mistake.
First question, Councillor Wyatt.
Mr. Washniak, thank you for your presentation. Are you aware that the transit master plan that you speak of, adopted by the previous council, actually was on the heels of a plan which was first announced by then candidate Bowman, later to become Mayor Bowman, who was campaigned for not one, not two, but 5 rapid transit lines to be built in Winnipeg. Did not build one, because the other one was initiated by the previous mayor, but he saw it through. Give him that credit. But at the end of the day, Mr. Washniak, are you aware that that plan that you speak of actually moved every dedicated rapid transit corridor separate, which was once going to be separate dedicated lines, onto the streets that we're seeing now, the same streets that are congested with trucks and bicycles and private vehicles, and it really has part of the problem, not part of the solution that we're facing today.
Right. Yeah, that's just one more aspect of the transit master plan that did not work. When they removed 1,700 bus stops, the idea was that that would speed up transit. Rapid transit would be experienced from walking and waiting longer to get onto a bus. The end result is that did not happen. The truth is, it made no difference whatsoever. The speed of the buses is affected by traffic flow, not by how many bus stops there are.
Thank you. Second question.
And are you aware that most cities, over 700,000 people, already are planning, like Hamilton and others, and have built dedicated rapid transit lines throughout their city, whether it be dedicated BRT, dedicated LRT, rail. They're already planning, but Winnipeg is not even planning one at this moment.
Yeah. Winnipeg is a unique city. It was designed on a center. We've always had a spoke and wheel kind of development. So if there was going to be rapid transit that would work by rail or some other function, it would be to bring in communities like Stonewall or Selkirk, Manitoba, that would then be fast-tracked into downtown Winnipeg. Winnipeg itself had a really well-functioning system. One bus gets you downtown from almost anywhere in the city. That was our old system. One bus gets you to downtown. In the North End now, it takes 3 buses and 2 transfers to get to downtown Winnipeg. We need to go back to the original system.
Final question, Councillor Wyatt.
I agree with you, return the routes, absolutely. We'll get into that debate later. Are you also aware that there was a report that this council received back in 2005 that recommended at the very least, and on the committee was the likes of Dr. Barry Prentice, Dr. Gino DeStasio, who sat on the Rapid Transit Task Force Commission, who recommended at the very least, even if you do not have a capital budget yet set to build a rapid transit line, set aside a capital budget for the purpose of assembling land for dedicated quarters. Secure the land, secure the right-of-ways. Later on, you could build the dedicated quarters when you have the funding or when there's federal provincial money. Are you aware that at the very least, we could be setting aside and arguably purchasing land, setting aside that land for future dedicated routes
Got the
if we
question.
had that
Thank you.
capital budget line item?
Mr. Wozniak?
Thank you. That's if we have the money. We don't. This city is running at its max, which brings up another issue that did not reach council that I would like to speak to, would have spoken to, which is the council asked after 180 days for a report back on managing the city's debt. After 180 days, the Finance Committee received a request to not present that information for another 365
Next
days.
question. Mr. Wozniak, again, we'll stick to the topic before us. Any further questions, Councillor Eady?
Speaker, I'm wondering what our delegation's opinion is in that the councillor who talks about setting aside land and purchasing, what is the delegation's perspective on that? Even as finance boss, there was no money allocated towards rapid transit.
No, I understand that the priority for the city is to finance $1.1 billion for the system that has 1,700 fewer bus stops.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Eady, second question.
Does the delegation believe that COVID-19 retracting workers and the decline in people walking around downtown started well before, the days when the delegation was my age? In those days, everybody came downtown because there were no malls.
Councillor Eady, if you could restate the question.
My question is,
Relative
what is
to-
the opinion of our delegation, Madam Speaker, in that the decline of people walking around downtown had a lot to do with COVID-19, and in the distant past, the establishments of malls all around the city, and you don't see packed buses every day as you did back in the 70s when I was riding the bus.
Thank you for the question. The response, please. The delegation is speaking to the Transit Master Plan update, so it's relevant. Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Mr.
I can.
Wozniak, the response.
Thank you. Councillor Eady, the statistics are very clear. We were almost at our pre-pandemic level before the new Transit Master Plan started. After it started, there was a rapid decline. The Millennium Library is your canary in the coal mine. It had almost 40%, more than 30% drop in attendance in the year starting in June when the transit master plan started. That's when it became very difficult for anyone wanting to go to the Millennium Library, scheduled for classes or information sessions there, not to be able to get there. There's a direct relationship between the 85% fewer customers into stores on Graham Avenue, directly related to no buses traveling into the downtown
Thank you,
area.
Mr. Wozniak. There's a few other questions. Final
Speaker.
question, Councillor Reedy, and then on to Councillor Lukes.
Final question is, I don't know if the delegation understands, but the former McGregor bus was taking lots of people not to downtown, but to malls. And I would submit, Madam Speaker, that there's a decline in traveling on that particular route because of it not going directly to Garden City Shopping Centre.
Well, that may be, but I also know that there's a very serious decline in the public attending any kind of events, be it business, appointments for medical reasons, or to socialize, in getting downtown. It's the hardest place for anyone in Winnipeg to get to now. And the $1.1 billion plan that will have Union Station as the hub for downtown Winnipeg is a huge mistake. There's no benefit to that massive investment off of downtown center.
Thank you. Next question, Councillor Lukes.
Quick question. So, Mr. Wozniak, why is transit down across the country? In Toronto, Halifax, Edmonton, and Montreal? Why is it down in every major city across the country? Is it because Winnipeg changed their transit routes? Yes. There you go. End of questions.
Winnipeg changed its transit routes when we were almost back to the normal level of using transit prior to the pandemic. After June, there was a massive drop in ridership.
Any further questions, Councillor Lukes? Not at this time.
Did you know that ridership is down 10%? It's increasing. It was down 15%. Now it's only down 10%.
That's 10%, that's 14%.
Thank you. Question from the mayor?
Just to clarify some, just to stand and listen to stuff that's not true, it's a bit much. Are you aware transit ridership was dropping in Winnipeg before we changed to the new transit system, like was dropping all across Canada? Are you aware of that? That is statistically, factually correct. Are you aware of that truth?
I am aware that what was being printed and produced was that Winnipeg was almost back to pre-pandemic levels before the transit system changed into what it is.
Mr. Speaker,
Wozniak,
to the
second
delegate,
question,
to the
Mr. Mayor.
delegate, to make it really clear, the question is, are you aware?
Okay. That concludes time for
I
questions.
will withdraw my question, having trouble with the facts though. Okay.
Good. That concludes questions. Mr. Wozniak, have a good day. Thank you. Our next delegation is Kenneth Clausen, to be heard in opposition of item 1 of the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works dated June 10th. This regarding the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan update. Mr. Clerk,
thank you, Madam
delegation.
Speaker, Your Worship, and members of Council for the opportunity to speak today. Council is being asked by the administration to put Winnipeg's transit future on hold for another 2 years. Council should reject that recommendation and do the opposite. The Winnipeg Transit Master Plan was approved in 2021. It was due for an update this year. Its central revision remains sound, frequent, reliable service supported by an expanded bus rapid transit network. The administration argues that the update should ideally wait until preliminary design of the downtown rapid transit corridors is further advanced. That design work should inform detailed decisions, but it's not a valid reason to postpone the entire plan. This is an update. It's not a wholesale rewrite. Travel patterns, housing growth, project cost priorities, and funding opportunities need to be refreshed. That work needs to begin now. Since this council was elected in October 2022, it has presided over one of the weakest records in Canada for advancing rapid transit and securing federal funding for its expansion. Please look at Appendix A that's attached to my submission. Winnipeg's Transit Master Plan proposes 8 rapid transit programs. None have been approved for construction. Federal cost sharing remains undetermined. At this current pace, even this modest network, the most modest of any mid or large city in Canada, would not be completed until 2045 or even later. The original Class 5 estimate for this 8 programs or projects was between $588 million and $1.1 billion in 2020 dollars. Now that's roughly about $720 to $1.3 billion in 2026 before financing. Now let's take a look at the comparison in the chart below it. Looking at 5 mid-sized Canadian cities, Calgary and Edmonton, the 2 cities that Winnipeg competes with most directly, Hamilton, Ottawa, and Quebec City. Every one of those cities has approved, and they are either constructing, completing, or preparing major transit projects, rapid transit projects. Together, these projects shown represent a staggering $26 billion in investment and $7.3 billion in confirmed federal commitments. Toronto, Montreal, and Vancouver, our 3 largest cities, are investing even more, tens of billions, in expanding their rapid transit systems, in every single case with federal support. These cities are building or preparing to build. Winnipeg is proposing to wait. That contrast matters even more because Canada is entering into a major new period of federal transit investment. The new federal Canada Public Transit Fund is going to provide $25 billion over 10 years beginning this fiscal year. Based on per population and ridership, Manitoba and Winnipeg should be targeting at least securing $900 million from this fund, mostly for Winnipeg Transit. At annual construction inflation, let's say 3 to 4%, a 2-year delay in the Transit Master Plan and applying to the federal fund could reduce the purchasing power of that amount by $54 million to $72 million. So this is not a small decision. Interestingly, the new $51 billion Building Community Strong Fund creates further opportunities. Transit is also eligible for funding under that fund. The feds are putting over $1 billion on the table for transit in Manitoba and mostly in Winnipeg. But that federal funding rewards cities that are ready. Under the Metro Region Agreement process the federal government has established, applicants have to have a 10-year transit investment program before individual projects can advance. While other cities move from planning to construction, Winnipeg is debating whether to postpone updating its plan. For years, Council has said that Winnipeg cannot meet its infrastructure needs without greater federal and provincial support. I agree completely with Council. Yet when Ottawa offers historic record transit funding, what does the city do? It proposes to delay the planning needed to secure that funding. You cannot plead for funding one day and then hesitate when the opportunity arrives. This is particularly frustrating to me because no other city in Canada can make a stronger case for bus rapid transit than Winnipeg. We're home to New Flyer with major engineering, design, manufacturing capacity here. A serious BRT program would support local jobs, strengthen and make Manitoba clean transportation industry, and showcase technology built right here in Winnipeg. The electric buses on a BRT system would run on clean Manitoba electricity, reducing emissions and our dependence on imported fossil fuels. Yet what is City Hall doing? It continues to pursue senior level government funding to widen one regional street and extend another, projects costing more than $1 billion combined, whose economic benefits remain highly contested. Meanwhile, only $5.8 million in your 2026 budget is being provided for preliminary design of the next phase of rapid transit. So basically what's doing, every single city we compete with, every mid-sized city and the 3 largest cities in Canada, every single one of them have reached the conclusion that you should prioritize rapid transit over extending regional streets. Council, you are alone in doing the opposite. And this is a question of priorities. I agree that roads do matter, but Winnipeg is already struggling to maintain the road network we have. Adding cost and new capacity encourages more driving, brings more congestion, maintenance costs, taxes, and emissions. Transit is not a luxury. It connects people to jobs, schools, healthcare, and essential services. And a particular point I want to make is that the largest source of...
This concludes the time. Did you
I'm
need some
almost
more
done.
time, Kenneth? You're almost done?
Yeah, I have about less than a minute, I think. So,
Councillor
the
Gilmore
largest
moves
source of...
extension of 1 minute. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Expanding transit is also central to any credible climate plan. Transportation produces nearly half of our greenhouse emissions in Winnipeg, which is more than twice the national level. Electric vehicles will help by replacing every gasoline-powered car with an electric one. It's not going to reduce congestion, road building costs, or car-dependent development. Mayor and Council, federal funding window will not be for Winnipeg's internal timetable, and voters will not ignore the choices you make this fall. Winnipeggers will judge whether Council recognized the historic opportunity and acted with urgency, or accepted another delay while competing cities move ahead. Madam Speaker, I'm recommending that Council reject the administration's recommendation and direct the administration to do 3 things. Promptly return with a work plan with the resources needed to complete the Transit Master Plan update on an accelerated schedule, not a delayed schedule. Have a prioritized 10-year rapid transit investment program that you can submit to the federal government, and have projects that are positioned to secure both federal and provincial funding. This is not about producing another glossy report. This is about producing a credible plan and being ready to build. Choose action, not delay, before Winnipeg falls even further behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenneth. Is there any questions for our delegation? Okay, seeing none today, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're now going to move on to the Committee on Public Works. Just give me a moment here. Councillor Orlico will take the chair for this item.
Okay. I just thought I'd give our speaker a chance to not wait till the end, but have a little bit of a rest. If councillors get the opportunity to be up here, I know Councillor Eadie has. I have more appreciation every time I sit up here for Councillor Sharma. You really have to pay attention and manage a whole bunch of this. Again, I wanted to make sure Councillor Sharma gets her breaks when she doesn't actually need it. I know she can barrel through, but I'm happy to help her out. I need some practice. Thank you very much. So first of all, we're gonna move on to the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works, report dated June 10th, 2026, from Councillor Luke. Councillor Luke, do you have anything to start off with? There we are.
I would like to introduce the report and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 4.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rollins. As I always appreciate people helping me, Councillor Duncan helped me with my collar this morning, so I appreciate you guys have all been fantastic during this last issues I've had, so again, you guys continue to be fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, so Councillor, you've introduced the agenda. Any items you want to pull down? 1? 3?
Okay.
So items 1 and 3 have been pulled down. So items 2 and 4. Yep. All in support? Aye. Opposed? Carried. Moving on to item then number 1.
Item 1, Winnipeg Transit Master Plan update.
All right, hold down, Councillor Lukes.
I'd like to hear from my councillor colleague. I will have comments on this too, but let's hear from our councillor colleague first.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think is that your correct title? The fact that our transit department is so under-resourced that they need an entire additional 2 years to produce an update to this transit master plan tells you something about how much we value transit. Yes, we took the bold step of implementing a complete overhaul and transformation of our transit system, but we did it with virtually no new resources. And at a time when other cities across Canada are working on major transit expansions and leveraging anywhere from millions to billions of federal dollars, we are really missing out. We know that investing in transit pays for itself many times over. It helps people get to jobs and school, helps us to get more value from our road investments, reduces emissions, and is absolutely vital to equity. And as Mr. Clausen noted this morning, we are better positioned than almost anyone in North America to lead in bus rapid transit. The transition to the new system has brought into crystal clear focus how much Winnipeggers want and need a great transit system. Household budgets are incredibly strained at this time. Transportation costs are a huge part of that. A transit system that's safe and reliable can play a massive role in reducing those household costs, in addition to myriad other benefits. Ultimately, we really cannot afford to not invest more in transit. So the public service needs more time to prepare this report. That's what it'll take. But I just wanted to say on the record, if I'm lucky enough to be here for the next Strategic Priorities Action Plan process, transit is going to be one of my top priorities, and I hope it is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt?
Yeah, I'd like to rise. I'd like to thank the delegations that spoke about the transit master plan. I think it's very worthy. I think there's a definitely below the surface issue out there, if you want to call it that, that I'm hearing about. And it's really remarkable because we brought in a whole new transit system. And the ironic thing is the ridership, right, of a transit system, which is usually what we would call from the private sector client base, has responded and has responded by upwards of 20%, leaving the transit system. I know some folks will say 10%, but upwards of 20% have left the transit system and or have left it partially. It's the frustration level out there is enormous right now towards what has occurred. The amount of stops that were removed, the fact that residents have to take multiple transfers, the waits in between each transfer, the distance that has to be walked now between stops to get to the next bus, and the fact that services have been reduced on certain hours of the day or different days of the week, causing many who work shift work to have to find other alternatives, such as Uber or Lyft, to be able to get home or get to work. And the impact, I think, should be noted, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that it's not just those who are able-bodied who are impacted, but indeed it's those who are, I guess, the least nimble or the least able. Often it's our seniors who are being impacted directly by these, have been impacted directly by this change, those with disabilities, those with children in tow, those attempting to go grocery shopping, carry baggage of groceries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the change has affected literally tens of thousands of Winnipeggers negatively. And there's nothing wrong with saying return the routes. I know I said that earlier, there was a bit of a call in the chamber, return the routes. And I say that, return the routes. Return the routes that we once had. Bring back the routes. Abandon the system. I'm the only member of council not to vote for it. I saw the flaws in it. I challenged that at that time. The staff, one of the staff members who wrote this plan, went off before it was implemented to Victoria, I believe Victoria, BC, to take a position. I don't begrudge them that. But it's ironic that just as it was rolling out, the writer of the plan left the city. So return the routes. The citizens of Winnipeg, I think, have spoken loud and clear. They're not here. They don't show up in delegation because they're out there working. They're surviving. They're not the so-called special interest groups, as we like, as if I could use that term, whether it be, the public sector union who comes here and speaks at time, or this group or that group who represents and speaks at council. These are citizens who really are they're average folk. They're average people who've been affected by this massive change. And they are frustrated. And I dare say I've heard about it. I think every councillor has heard about it. And to say, yes, we are. We're talking about the master plan because it talks about the transit master plan, including rapid transit and other forms to consider debate. We're talking about exactly that. And so, let's return the routes. We're talking about the transit system we have today. We're talking about the future, which would be great. But, the best thing we can start off with right now is to return the routes. And then let's get going on rapid transit. Absolutely. The first thing we could do is, even it doesn't have to be a massive capital account, but to set aside a small capital account for the purpose of starting assembling right-of-ways that we once designated, but that would involve us as a council, once again, rolling up our sleeves and saying, okay, we're going to create an off-regional street dedicated corridor system, which we once envisioned in the city, which we once had more than one version of a plan to do, that then we holus bolus of it basically abandoned in the last term. And to correct Councillor Eadie, no, actually I was chair of finance when there was money in the budget for rapid transit. We were building rapid transit. It was called the Blue Line, actually, which was fully built now, all the way south to the University of Manitoba, and to the point of Councillor Lukes, who's spoken in the past, the system works better in her area, and it's not a surprise because you got a dedicated corridor. Indeed, the system was set up, this new system was set up on the basis almost that we do have a dedicated corridors on regional streets, a spoke and hub system, but we actually don't. They're struggling on regional streets, trying to pick people up, and the spokes feeding into those hubs. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the time has come for us to recognize that the system we rolled out is a failure, a complete failure. And let's just say that. Abandon it, go back to the routes that we had before, and you're going to hear about it during the election, I'm sure, for those of you who are running again. Abandon the routes that we have now, return to the routes we had before. And let's start to plan dedicated rapid transit, as we heard one speaker say, where the city of Ottawa, the city of Quebec City, and Hamilton, cities of our size, proportionally, maybe Ottawa's larger, are planning and building, not to mention other cities in this country, dedicated rapid transit corridors, whether they be BRT or LRT. And if we want to be serious about having folks move from other modes of transportation, that really has been the key, has been shown in jurisdiction after jurisdiction in this country. So those are my comments. Return the routes. Folks have had it out there. They've just had it. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Next up is Councillor Eadie.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You're improving. That's good. So I'm voting for this. So first thing I want to clarify, in the master plan that the councillor from Transcona may or may not have voted for, I would point out that, yes, in the discussion with Mr. Wachniak, I heard the member from Transcona talk about, we have not invested any money. And clearly, in his speech, he has clarified that, yes, there was money invested in rapid transit with the Southwest Corridor, but not only that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you were on council, it took a lot of voting, but the first piece from downtown to Jubilee was accomplished before the other part of Southwest. So, yeah, we have been investing in not what everybody wants, it's not LRT, but it is rapid transit, BRT. And I want to speak to the master plan right now. We're following it, and we are spending money, actually. So I hear complaints from about that it's a downtown hub at Union Station. Broadway and Main. That is not true. As a matter of fact, that is the hub in downtown for all rapid transit corridors to come through. So people can move from one rapid transit line to another rapid transit line to get to their destinations. So that is an investment. That's not just about downtown. That is about utilizing an intermodal station is what we're talking about here at Union Station, which they have in Toronto. All things meet at Union Station. Now, it just happens that where it's that kind of station is located in Toronto, it's pretty well in the middle of downtown, maybe a little bit south, but it is in the middle of downtown. Where we have this, it's not necessarily the middle, but then all rapid transit corridors shall meet over at Union Station as well as some other transit lines. So, just want to make that clear. And I'm going to talk about the plan. We went to the primary network. I think we all knew there were going to be problems. And there's a lot of people that don't like it. But one of the things about the primary network was a discussion about other cities in North America implementing them to ensure that their transit systems are sustainable. Sustainable, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry. I think that's somebody calling me to complain about the bus. But anyway, I'll just conclude though. I mean, I agree. There have been service reductions on some streets, absolutely. Nobody ever liked transferring, but, and yeah, there isn't actually specific, but as time goes along, we're working on these things. And we do have the on-request system in there. And what makes, well, Edmonton does have a full LRT, but what makes their city work is those on-request areas, which allow people from the suburbs to get in onto those buses that are going to take them to where they're going. And so, I mean, that's something that's there. Yeah, it's not available in the inner city, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but as time goes along, hopefully we can tweak things. Bus stops might make a little more sense if you move them. Improvements to the frequent route that utilizes McGregor now and actually Templeton Salter. Eventually, once the old Hudson's Bay building is finished, there will be more appropriate bus stops so that people don't have to walk a whole kilometer or more to get to their appointments, doctor appointments, and so on. So there will be some continuous improvement, evaluation. We need at least a full year of data to find out what's really going on in the system, continue to collect that data and then analyze it. We're talking millions of data points. It's going to take time to put that together and evaluate that. And hopefully we have the transit staffing to move quickly to improve the new primary network and I'll just call them feeder buses or those situations and improve the routes, actually. I personally am not happy with what happened in the Mynarski ward regarding buses on Inkster and Cathedral and Jefferson, and those need to be improved. I disagreed with the engineer at the time. The engineer said, well, it's an efficiency thing. Well, yeah, but what about our customers? Because really the transit system, which I hope will continue to be improved, it's about the customer. It's about the user and meeting their needs. It is troublesome, though, that people have to walk more, but the reality is we're going to be talking about Transit Plus issues that we're going to have to meet with the new regulations under the Manitobans Accessibility for Manitobans Act and its transportation regulations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eady. Councillor Eady. Anybody else have any comments? Raising your hand. Seeing Councillor Gilroy. Go right ahead.
Just wanted to raise and just share a few words, and I'm glad to hear that Emma Durand-Wood is on board with transit. That'll be a great addition. Hopefully, whoever's here will make that a priority in terms of our next planning session for the next term. I think it's really critical that we talk about transit, because right now we're being very reactive in terms of transit. We don't have enough funding, and I do hope that the province is hearing, because I do think that they need to come on board and helping us with the funding. But also as a city, we've prioritized our roads, right? We have prioritized growing some of our roads when, this is my own personal opinion, I know not everyone agrees with that, instead of focusing on things like transit, right? Where other cities have been really focusing on their transit. And I actually had a really great conversation with Edmonton, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it was interesting because of the discussions we were having today that their councillors said that they are now coming back out of COVID. Their numbers are really back up now. So they're seeing those numbers return, and they are putting in massive investments. So it is concerning when we do have dollars on the line and we're not ready to take those dollars. Like that is tremendously concerning. And when we see these kind of things as a council, we have to ask questions on why we aren't going for those dollars. So I know that Councillor Lukes will be up here closing, so maybe she'll have some more added thoughts to say. So I will be supporting this today, but very concerned that we're not getting matching funds, and very concerned that, I guess in my mind, we haven't prioritized it, but maybe if Councillor Lukes can provide some reasonings on maybe why we aren't trying to at least get some of those federal dollars, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to comment on this item? You can come back around. Yeah. Order.
Point of order or clarification. We're voting to bury this for another 2 years. Is that right, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
I don't like the word buried, but the motion is quite clear. It's to grant a 2-year extension. So that's what we're doing. Any further? Seeing none. Councillor Lukes to close? Okay.
I'm going to speak to the report and the 2-year, there's a lot we can talk about. But I do want to say that we are putting record investments into transit. We've never, ever invested as much into transit as we're doing now. So I just want to make that clear. I want to make it also clear we've got applications in to the federal government, or we're working on them to get them in for enclosures, multiple other items. Many of the applications to the federal government require the provincial application and also provincial funding. So I'm not going to get into all the details here, but I welcome anyone who wants to talk further about this. But it's not all just a city applying. It's a city applying with a province making matching funding. So it's a joint effort that needs to occur. I do want to speak to the use of transit, and I'll speak to this from a very personal experience in the South End. We have taken a massive hit with the reduction of international students. MITT is closing many of their courses and many of their facilities. Many of these student housing units dedicated strictly for student housing are at 70% capacity, not 100%. Gee, why is that? We don't have the international volume of students that we once had. I have businesses closing, businesses selling because of that. So people need to understand that the reduction in usage, a lot of it also has to do with the fact that we have lost international students. But to speak specifically to the report, which I said I was going to do and I didn't do, but to speak specifically to that, the majority of council, if you recall, voted to accelerate the implementation of the routes. So the transit staff that we had, and you are correct, we don't have herds of transit staff, but the transit staff that we do have basically put this on hold, focused on the new routes because they were directed to by council, and also what they've been directed to do, and which they've started, is to look at now the platforms and the structures for transit. So very focused on improving transit by making this adjustment change. So sure, we could probably hire another 30 transit planners if the priorities changed and if people around the budget table voted for that. They didn't. I mean, that option wasn't there, hiring 30 more. But we have another option if we want to modify the transit staff come budget time. But it takes a majority of council to do that. So do I want to see this delayed? Not really. But I do want to see the refinement of the routes. I do want to see the platforms and the bus shelters put in. And that, as a majority of council, is what we've directed transit to do. So something's got to give. So this is, you know, but we're also, I will remind them, remind council, we are studying downtown and how to improve transit downtown with new transit routes. So, you know, that's the update.
Thank you very much. All right, so on the motion to record a vote as we requested, in support of the motion, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Rawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Gilroy, Lukes, Mays, Rollins, Santos, Karma, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, Councillor Orlico.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Durand Wood and Wyatt.
Thank you very much. The ayes have it. Moving on. Go ahead.
Item 4, speed limit on Murray Avenue. Or sorry,
3.
Item 3.
Yeah.
Dugald Road pedestrian infrastructure amendment to the speed limit bylaw number 63 of 2019.
Councillor Luke to open.
To this, our colleagues speaking to it, I really support what the traffic engineers have recommended. They're professionals. We've got a lot of things happening in this area in Transcona, and I am supporting the engineers, as did the Public Works Committee.
Okay, any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt?
I stood this item down, Mr. Deputy Chairperson, to thank the committee. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Very nice. Okay, nothing wrong being nice. Councillor Rawadi, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting this as well, recognizing that it does increase the ridiculously slow speed limit right around Plessy from 50 to 60, and appropriately, I think, actually slows it down, the 70-kilometer-an-hour section to the east, because it is building up and will continue to do so.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers? Seeing none, all in support. Oh, yes, sorry, Councillor Luce, to close. Good. All in support? Aye. Opposed? Seeing none, carried. Nope, it's a bylaws or is it notice of motion? We have a notice of motion, and you see an amending motion accompanying with that. So I think what we will do is, Chief Clerk, do we start off the amending motion together? So we'll do both at once? Okay, so we'll be speaking both items, both the original motion from Councilor Mays and the amending motion for the twinning of Ward Avenue. Go ahead, Councilor Mays.
All right, thank you. So I'm speaking twice, then I assume rather than 4 times, Mr. Clerk, to open and to close. Thank you to Councillor Dobson for seconding this. This is a kind of a perfect motion to have at the end of this term if you've been representing Precinct K, which includes the Bonavista neighborhood, and the struggles of trying to represent some of these new areas where the city just hasn't kept up, hasn't done the funding, hasn't even kept up to what was passed by council in its written document. So There is an amending motion to the original motion. The amendment, it breaks it into two votes, one on doing a study, right? And the other one on actually paying for the twinning work. Word twinning can be taken very politically here. I did vote against the twinning on Kenaston. I voted for the extension of Peguis. But where are we here? We are in the Bonavista neighborhood, which is part of Precinct K. We are south of the Island Lakes neighborhood. So this neighborhood, created by a vote of council on the precinct plan in May of 2014, Dan Vandal taking charge. Part of that precinct plan expressly is a 4-lane section of Ward Avenue. It's in the precinct plan. Wasn't drafted by Councillor Allard. It was, in fact, put in by his predecessor. It's been so long. So over 12 years of this neighborhood growing and no work being done to help keep the infrastructure up to date. Please do not get confused with the not yet built and perhaps never to be built rec center that is supposed to be in Bonavista on Ward Avenue. There's $5 million allocated to that. The cost has escalated during this term of office from $12 million to $26 million. So I guess we'll see what happens there. But I'll come back to that in my closing remarks. So this is an attempt to deal with an ongoing source of friction in my neighborhood and in Councillor Allard's. The easterly one half of this interestingly is in Councillor Allard's ward. The westerly one half of it is in my ward. Easterly half is not in the precinct. Westerly half is in the precinct. Genstar Development has done a crackerjack job developing the Bonavista neighborhood. There are about 1,600 doors, roughly 3,400 people, or they're almost all done now. They soon will be filled in. Fascinatingly, huge Nigerian population there, as Councillor Lukes predicted many years ago correctly, the growth of the Nigerian population. In any event, 3,400 people are going to be living there, plus the people in Island Lakes. Traffic congestion, it has gotten bad. It has gotten very bad on Ward Avenue. I know it's gotten bad because one of the top civil servants in this city complained to me about the traffic and asked me to do something about it. Unfortunately, that was thwarted by other senior civil servants in this city who decided not to do anything about it. And my frustration here really lies on, we had a precinct plan. We had an agreement with Genstar. Genstar was to do the twinning of Ward from Lage to a street called Evelyn Reese, named after the late Evelyn Reese, former city councilor, right? So that was to be, Genstar was ready to do it. They were willing to do it, and all we had to do was reimburse them. Then, unfortunately, the senior civil service writes them a letter saying you don't have to do it. No review with the area councilors. I'm not even sure it was within jurisdiction. So what can I say to the area residents who know that was a written commitment by the city of Winnipeg that was passed by council? I can't say anything except I will try to get this project done because we had Genstar who were on the hook ready to do it, and we simply said you don't have to do it. So what are we looking at here? Well, pretty good cooperation from Mr. Condon, Mr. Berezowski in Public Works, some disagreement, but I think we landed that first they say we need to do a study to get a Class 3 estimate of the cost of work. That's part A, basically. Why does it take $1.5 million to do a study of a project that's $13 million, especially when it was only $900,000 to do the study of the $23 million Bison project? I don't know, but that's the cost estimate. So that's the cost estimate to do the study. I would heavily encourage you to vote for the study for two reasons. Number one, the $5.3 million, I mean, you're welcome to get up and say it should be spent in your ward. You're welcome to do that. However, if you know the future services account works, you would know that the money gets paid in, it has to be used for the specific project. It has to be used in that neighborhood, right? So $5.3 million. I tried to get some of it into the rec center. Absolutely can't do that. So I've tried to spend the roads money on roads. I'm told you can't use it for anything else. Use it on roads. I am trying. So we'll do the study. The study will actually go from Lage to St. Anne's Road. It will be a study, I think, over a grant, but it will be a study of extending Ward, building a railway overpass, building a bridge over the Seine. That's probably a $90 million project. None of us will be around when that's done, I suspect. But the shorter bit, the $7 to $13 million twinning bit, that should be done. That's needed now. So that's reason number one to vote for the study. Reason number two, ironically, is I'm now the champion of housing starts. After all of the fights this term, the housing starts are coming. They're coming in the southern part of Precinct K. I was at the open house last night at Southdale Community Center. Qualico will be here by November, pleading with us to approve a new neighborhood, basically, South Bonavista. A number of housing starts there, roughly 1,000, 1,300 units. They're going to need the road to be twinned in order to create housing starts. So if we haven't done the study, we can't even begin to do the twinning of wards. So, A, you should vote for it because we've got $5.3 million sitting there that can only be spent on roads. And you'll all remember that using the cockamamie accounting we use on the future services account, all of the interest goes into general revenue. So you got $5.3 million. 20 years from now, it'll be $5.3 million, despite the construction costs running away from us. So better to use it now. So we should let Mr. Condon do his study. I'm sure he'll do a good job of it. He'll come back with a Class 3 estimate. Qualico will then say, hey, let's go, we'll build it. We'll build it and you reimburse us, or we'll put some area charge money toward it. Whatever. We'll get the twinning's going to need to be done if you want housing starts, and if there's one thing this term has been a lot about, it's housing starts. So that's the overview of what's out there. I'll have some more comments on my close, but this precinct has been frustrating to represent. Not the people are lovely. Andrew Smith lives in there, actually our former MLA, and has been a leader there. Dan Vandel, God bless him, in May of 2014, put in a motion that we do a study of the Seine River Greenway to help deal with green space issues. It's not yet been done. So here, we're 12 years deep, that hasn't been done. Dan Vandel puts in a provision that Ward Avenue needs to be 4 lanes to serve this neighborhood. 12 years later, that hasn't been done. Community center recommendations from 2009 to build some sort of community center for the southeast, Sage Creek and here. That hasn't been done. So let's at least do something. Let's at least do something. We get these people, and Councillor Lukes has had some of these frustrations, I think, in her part, and I'll come back to that in my closing remarks. But it's a pretty straightforward motion. Is it a budget amendment? Yeah. And I got rebuked for that. But I see the Ralph Cantafino soccer motions coming later in this agenda. That's a budget amendment. That has a report attached to it. I can't conjure up reports. I couldn't raise this in the last budget because we were told non-EPC councillors and non-budget working group councillors weren't to put forward ideas. So here's what I can do. I can bring it forward here and say, look, we have the money in the bank to do the study, so let's do the study. We have unallocated money on regional roads in 2029. We allocated a good deal of it to the Bison project, which is a good project in 2030 and 2029. So trying to really follow the example that was set in the last budget of using unallocated regional roads money to do a regional roads project in a new neighborhood. So we told these people in 2014 that there would be a 4-lane road on Ward. We haven't done it. We should. I think we owe it to these people. So at least vote for the study. I would also encourage you to allocate the money. So it is a budget amendment, but so is the soccer motion that's coming. So are some other things that come to us. So just remember that. So I'll have some more comments in the close, but it's difficult to represent these new neighborhoods if we don't even keep to what's in the precinct plan, because then you're really saying to people, come out and we're debating with Chambers tomorrow, we're debating the Precinct K plan. There's some proposed amendments. Frankly, why bother if what we're doing doesn't have any impact and is just signed away by the public service? So I'll have some more comments on my close. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Looking forward to that. Okay, moving on to Councillor Wyatt, and Councillor Lukes is on deck.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise. I could point out a lot of things that I could be critical of the councillor's motion, but I'm not going to be. I'm going to be supportive of it. I will say this, a number of points I'd like to make on this item. Number one, I always felt in this chamber that there's really 2 types of councillors, or 2 types of wards, if you like. Maybe that's a better way of putting it, in this city. There's wards that have growth and wards that really don't have growth. Infill, yes, but not new growth in terms of completely new neighborhoods coming online. And the challenge to manage that growth is huge. The amount of time it takes out of your schedule as a councillor to also deal with the issues pertaining to the existing community, residents who've been there for quite a long time, homes that have been there for decades, and all of a sudden new neighborhoods coming online with the challenges that from all the issues that come, traffic issues, challenges with regards to pedestrians and pedestrian crossings, safety issues, cycling issues, connection issues, sidewalk connection issues, pedestrian connection issues, all these things related to new growth that often get missed in this city still at the development application stage. And I'll go further that the challenge at the development application stage, I will surmise that we still live in a city where development does not pay for development. Let's be very frank and honest about that. Here's an example of it. Here's an example of it. We're talking about twinning a road, okay, that should have been twinned by the developer, in my opinion, at the time, and it wouldn't have stopped the development. Case in point, Transcona West. The developers in that area twinned Pegwest at their expense. The developers in that area twinned Transcona Boulevard at their expense. The developers in that area twinned Reindeers Drive at their expense. Did it stop development? No. Actually, it accelerated it, actually, ironically, and facilitated more development. But they had the expense of doing it, not the taxpayers of the city, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have to start doing this because now we know about a community center that has to be built. Was there any charge to the developer for that? No. But now all of a sudden that's on our capital budget list of items that we got to fund. What about the fire halls? Are those being funded for the development? Some of them were, some of them aren't still. And we get that afterwards. We have a development that's on the EPC agenda that I understand is going to be laid over because there's issues, and we'll get to that when it comes to, but no fire hall. And yet, there has to be a fire hall there because it's beyond the service area of a fire hall. You got a rail line in the way. You've got a fire hall that was closed on Marion. They're beyond their servicing. They're beyond the 4 minutes, and yet no fire hall required of them. Mr. Deputy Speaker, development in the city does not pay for development. Across the city, we see issues, whether it be Leela Avenue up in the northwest or other streets that should have been twinned at the time of development. I'll never forget Mike O'Shaughnessy. One of the things he said to me when leaving office, do not let them go forward with applications, Russ, without requiring a twinning. Mike's words to me before he left, and he had lived through this application process for decades. So I want to just give a few thoughts. This council chamber in the last decade attempted to do what was called an impact fee. It failed miserably for legal reasons, and partly was because it was a general fund rather than specific. But we know we have the ability to do what's called area charges. Indeed, one was done in Ridgewood for Ridgewood South, whereby an area charge is in place for transportation. And that's to pay towards the future extension of the William Clement Parkway. Why are we not doing this? Our public service is actually on board with this. Why are we not considering this? Because indeed, the council talks about another phase of Bonavista. Vista. Well, what's the impact to La Jamodier? What's the impact to AM, Abidjan-Micoud? What's the impact to those intersections along those roads? We know that there is a huge impact. You're adding thousands. The minute you put more homes in, hundreds or thousands, you basically time 1.5. There's your amount of cars you're putting into the neighborhood more. And people tend to take cars because we're so late with coming in transit. They already made their transportation decisions by the time transit shows up. And so we're not making those decisions. Indeed, again, the application before EPC today, you have in there identified funding for Dougal Road and La Jamodier, for upgrades on La Jamodier, for upgrades on Dougal, for upgrades further down on Dougal. Yet the funding was totally waived of the developer, no requirement. No requirement on the developer. Not one person on an EPC, by the way, when it came forward, asked one question about transportation. Not one. So, and again, a hearing that should be held at community committee. I'll have more to say about that when the time comes. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would just like to say that for us to finally recognize that development in the city is not paying for development would be a huge step forward, because it would allow us to put true value. And I guess the best example of that in terms of true value of what infill does versus ex-urban or greenfield development is the water treatment plant that's going on right now. And in many ways, you could argue that it's being built, and why there's such a rush is because the developers of this city, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are concerned. The developers are concerned that they're not going to be able to pull an application to build a housing development because there's going to be no capacity in the North End treatment plant. And they have a right to be concerned. But at the same token, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why are we not at the same time assessing them a charge towards the cost of that plant? Why are we putting it on the backs of the ratepayers only of this city? Again, subsidizing development. Development not paying for development across the board. And, you know, the time has come where the average citizen says, yeah, you know, I believe in paying my way, but why aren't they? You know, and Tommy Douglas would say, as an old saying, a great saying of his, you know, nothing irritates a man than when you say to him, get off my back and walk. And that's what we got to say to the developers now. Get off our back and walk. Pay your own share. Pay your way. We've been subsidizing you far too long, you know, and we're not saying being unfair about it. And just to put a case in point, you know, do an analysis, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of all the municipalities around this city and have a look at their area charges. And I have. And their area charges are significantly higher, and you'd be surprised what they're at. Charging per lot, charging per square footage, charging per frontage footage, which we are not even doing to this day. So yes, we lost in court. So what? Let's revisit again. Don't call it an impact fee. Call it something else if you must. But it's an area charge. We've done it before in Charleswood. We've done it elsewhere before, and it can be done. Now, one last thought, and again, this was considered under the Bowman administration. It was not pursued, but the public service is on board with this from conversations I've had, and that is there needs to be a request of the provincial government to amend legislation to allow for the area charge to be collected at the point of permit, not just at the point of the development application becoming, going through legal and becoming executed, as the legal department calls it. So there needs to be a change in legislation, and it's a slight change that will allow the city to collect an area charge at the point of permits. That means, why that's important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is because a lot of applications have gone through, but full development has not occurred in those areas, and it will allow the city to collect funds necessary to fund this type of infrastructure we're actually debating here today. But I am supporting the councillor because I understand the frustrations that he has in managing new development. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. I then have Councillor Lukes.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Sorry. I see the mayor. Councillor Eady, did you raise your hand? Councillor Eady, then the mayor. Anyone else? Seeing none. Just a reminder, we have a hard stop at 12:15. And we're gonna, let's do that right now. Move past noon, moved by Councillor, by the mayor. All in support? Hearing none, carried. So we'll stop, yeah, Councillor Bawadi. We'll get at 12:15, so let's, we'll do as much as we can before then. But then again, as we know, Councillor Lukes has an event she has to attend as well. So go ahead, Councillor Lukes.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be supporting this, and I encourage other people not to support this today. I believe that the councillor had multiple opportunities to bring a motion forward in the way that we do at his community committee, and then it would go to Public Works, and then it would go through the system. I think that something this complicated should go through the system and not be put on the floor of council to be voted on. Now, for 1A, or for 1, I understand that the funding is there in the area charge in the recorded future services. I understand that. But I also see other people having to go through the process in the budget process or bring it forward in their community committee to be directed to the budget process and have it decide. We've made a transportation master plan. This particular road, we just finished the transportation master plan. It's not one of the top priorities in the transportation master plan. There is a lot of growth there. We heard Councillor Wyatt with his transportation issues. There's many sources of friction with transportation issues. I've got Councillor Sharma, who's constantly on us at Public Works regarding Pipeline Road. There's back lane issues. If we vote for this whole motion, 13 million, subject to class 3, may come out of unallocated regional street renewal. The study for Bison didn't come out of that. It came out of another project. So I just want to clarify that, which is what I was told from the Public Works people. But I just think that, you know, putting something like this on the floor of council to vote on and then not even showing me the adjusted motion, the Chair of Public Works, the adjusted motion before the council meeting and talking about it. We had a brief conversation on the original motion, but not even talking about it here. I understand Councillor Mays is agitated by, the frustrations he's receiving in his ward from transportation. I think we all are related to growth. I just sent you a very little interesting number crunch that the public service put together about growth. If you want to talk about the pains of growth, look at the amount of growth that's happened throughout the city in areas that have had twice the amount of growth that anyone else has. We can talk about pains there and frustration. But the point of all this is, I really don't feel that this is the right way that we put through a study and seek money for a road project. We have processes, we have systems in place, and if we do this, then everyone else bring forward your motion with your pains and your frustration that you're feeling on your roads. I feel it should go through the proper channels, through community committee and through Public Works Standing Committee. Have the departments study it and look at it, figure out where it fits into their processes and where it fits into the priority systems that we've all just went through with the Transportation Master Plan. I won't be voting for it, and I caution you very, very carefully to, if you do vote for it, this means a lot more than black and white what's happening here. So it's a lot of other implications, and it's complicated, and honestly, I don't think we should be doing this on the floor of council.
Sorry, thank you very much. Did I have Councillor Eady next? Or the mayor, doesn't matter. You both get your chance.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, speaking to the notice of motion. While I agree with Councillor Wyatt when he talks about area charges and so on, and who is paying, I guess there's already an interceptor out that far to bring the sewage to the southwest plant. The issue of capacity, Mr. Deputy Speaker, regarding that and opening up and making it more capable for lots of new development to continue over in Precinct J and K or whatever. The reality is right now, we just finished a whole project at the Southwest Water Pollution Controls, at the South Water Pollution Control Center, and the reality is there's a big concern now, and we're studying it, water and waste, that they may not have the capacity to handle all that new development happening down there in the southeast. And therefore, I think that opening up a road and enabling developers to move forward, I don't think is appropriate at this time. I agree with Councillor Lukes did point out, us up in the Northwest, we have growth happening, quite a bit of growth happening, not quite as much as Southwest, but we do up in Northwest, we have quite a bit of growth happening. And there are secondary plans coming, pipeline needs to be twinned as well, sidewalks. We have McPhillips, we have Aurora that's fully developed, but you can't walk on a sidewalk on McPhillips all the way up, which would be north of the Chief Peguis intended line or route through the land there. But ultimately, if you want to talk about pedestrians and all that kind of difficulty, so if there's money in some account that can be utilized for regional roads, the development has already happened on McPhillips. Why aren't we just finishing that, making sure that there's sidewalks all the way from, I think there's sidewalks up to Templeton on McPhillips. I don't think I've ever walked that, but we don't want to see what happened to Henderson Highway. For years, it was already fully developed, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for years. And we didn't finish it off to the standards required for pedestrians and everybody. And, I'll give it to Councillor Brawadi. He finally did get the money in the budget. It was done. So we don't want to see these things happen. We already have these problems. So I just wanted to list it, and maybe the next iteration of council will move towards area charges, because Councillor Wyatt is absolutely right. We need to find the money. To say, oh, a developer doesn't have to chip in any money for an interceptor, a wastewater interceptor, or doesn't have to chip into, well, I guess the developer is on Ward Avenue, so that's good. And there is some developer money in the pipeline situation, but probably not enough money to complete that road's twinning up to where, well, up to the city limit, basically, Mollard Road, I guess it would be. And anyway, I'm going to leave it at that. I won't be voting for amended, or I'll be voting against, in opposition to all of it. Oh, I did want to make another point. Down in the southeast, I had a recent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I had the opportunity to listen to a video, a very extensive one, about how even the local roads, for example, in Sage Creek, that are being built, they're not being constructed appropriately to deal with the reality that we have clay-based soils in this city. And the roads wear out way quicker because of the way these local roads are being constructed. Same situation over in, well, Waverly West. Anyway, I'll just finish on that, you know, I realize there is a definite need for a study to make sure that the specifications for the roads that do get built, now it's some developer money, but I don't know that it's enough money, because we really have to build roads that are going to last long, because as you know, all the roads come back to the city of Winnipeg, and if we're not constructed appropriately and they wear out way faster, then we have a big problem. We already have a big problem with our old roads in my ward and a whole bunch of wards. So, and then throw in some early problems with roads, it's not good. So anyway, so I do realize there needs to be an appropriate study about that, but I personally want to wait until we get the capacity for the South End Water Pollution Control Center, its ability to deal with what the growth will be and how fast that growth is coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'll support Clause 1. I will not support Clause 2. I certainly don't support allocating future years' reserve funds at this point. But yeah, I'll support Clause 1. Can we vote, when we do vote, I request that we vote on this by clause, please, if we can.
Request is noted. Yep. Anybody else before we close or have second closed? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to this and draw a comparison to my ward, as the mover often does to his, and Wilkes Avenue, which most of the longtime councillors on council have heard a lot about. And the uproar on a regular council term basis about how it should be twinned and where are the funds from council and how is this not a priority for council. And the local area councillor, I am now the 5th in 5 terms, has to continue to go back to them to say, I will advocate for you at council to get 9 votes to see this thing through a budget process. We almost made it there with a Wilkes safety study in this most recent round of capital budget discussions, to which the public service in their own process did not prioritize that safety study. And we are left with a single-lane highway that, to the Transcona area councillor's point, now delivers folks from the newly developed Ridgewood West and the Seasons of Tuxedo development and through all the neighborhoods that connect through Route 90 to the perimeter and back. So, I mean, if this is to go through, I think that it would be appropriate for me as the area councillor to come forward at the next meeting of council with a motion to have the twinning of Wilkes fully funded and put it to council for consideration at the subsequent meeting of council. But for now, I won't be supporting this because I went through the process. All the councillors who have needs when it comes to infrastructure go through the process. Sometimes you get what you want, sometimes you don't. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Any further speakers? Okay, on the amending motion, Councillor Mays, and the motion itself.
Yes, I think I'll get us out by 12:15, hopefully. That was a pretty good debate, actually a number of valid points raised. A couple of things. People saying, well, we all know growth doesn't pay for growth. That completely ignores the fact that we did a whole Precinct E cost-benefits analysis that said growth would more than pay for growth. So you can't pick and choose within the city and say, well, your inefficient suburb isn't going to pay for itself, and therefore, I mean, we've played our hand on that. Secondly, the idea that we'll just recover it all from area charges when please read the documents around the Housing Accelerator Fund and around the CHIF Fund and these other funds that say you can't bring in new area charges. We've played our hand on that as well. So there's no help coming. So thank you to the mayor for his comments. That's decent of him to say he'd support the study. Maybe three things. Maybe Councillor Lukes used to often say she was either banished or in exile. I can't remember which. I was rebuked for saying I was in opposition here, so I won't say that. But maybe I've moved this area as far as Councillor Lukes and moved her area by the time of the 2022 election. Councillor Lukes has done an outstanding job going to bat for her new area. I mean, there's a chart here that mixes old ward boundaries and new ward boundaries and doesn't get into the number of housing starts that would be in the infill areas through non-multifamily. So all of that's by the way. But yes, there's been some growth. Certainly, it is undebatable that Councillor Lukes has a ward bigger than Brandon. Of course, so do I. So does Sharma. We all three of us do. You just look at the population figures. Councillor Sharma is the second biggest population. I have the third. I've tried to get something done this term to reflect that. No success, I'm afraid, but one carries on. In terms of the process, I find it a little hard to grasp people objecting to this. Didn't go through community committee and standing committee, and we have a whole policy. Wait till the soccer vote, right? We have a whole rec policy. That didn't go through community committee. That didn't go through standing committee. I intend to support it. But let's not claim that you can't do a budget amendment unless it goes through community committee and it gets reviewed against a whole policy. I mean, let's get serious here. There's a whole soccer vote coming that didn't go through any other committees except EPC and is a budget amendment. So in any event, I hope to leave this, if I do leave this part of town with as much recognition as Councillor Lukes had advanced Waverly West by the time when this term started, and she's been very successful. I was told recently in talking to an EPC member that I'd done pretty well and we couldn't fund this or we shouldn't fund this or it wasn't my turn because the Jonathan Taves Community Center got lots of money. Well, yeah, we did put $6 million in with Teresa Oswald, so that's more than 10 years ago, and it wasn't in my ward anyway. And now the irony of here it is again. So somehow we've gone from Dakota's turn to Waverly West's turn, now we're back to Dakota's turn. I mean, hard to even face the people in the southeast corner when you have that sort of progression. The second thing was, well, you've done pretty well here. We saved your St. Vital Library. Yes, Phil Schiegel and I worked on that in January 2013, along with Sam Kate. So yes, we saved the St. Vital Library. But I hope no one has the audacity to say to Councillor Eadie, well, we saved the Westgate Library, so we can't do the Arlington Bridge or any other projects. So I certainly don't apologize for saving the St. Vital Library. And it wasn't my library that got upgraded after that. It was actually Councillor Vandell, in a very good move, getting the Windsor Park Library upgraded. And the third reason why it wasn't my turn was because we put money into the Bonnie Vital pool. Again, not in my ward. So good work by Councillor Allard going back over a decade to get that project done. So it's a little hard to go back and explain to people that this whole concept of taking turns is a little hard to nail down. I mean, Councillor Lukes says that very fine $125 million facility going in, and the out of Regional Roads budget, the whole Bison project that's going in 2030 or 2031. Very good work, much needed. I support that. But it's a little hard to listen to people say, it's not your turn because Teresa Oswald put money in 2016. We're having to deal with areas of high growth. This is an area of high growth. Let's just be fair to these people. As I've said, it's third highest population in the city after Councillor Sharma, after Councillor Lukes. It's been an ongoing frustration to try and get something moving in this term for these folks. So again, thank you to the mayor for supporting the study. That's decent of the mayor, and I would encourage everyone to support the study. You can't use the money for anything other than roads projects in this precinct. You can't move it around. B, there's no interest on it. You might as well spend it now, because otherwise the cost study is just going to keep running away. Mr. Condon has confirmed that, to his credit, as is Mr. Berezowski. So if you don't support the study, I don't know really. And thirdly, you're basically saying we don't care about the housing starts. I mean, I find it very hard to reconcile. We're having a vote tomorrow on this precinct where we're supposed to be implementing the housing accelerator provisions calling for more density. But today we're saying we don't know if we can do any densification. There might be water limits, so let's not do the roads project. So we're voting tomorrow to implement provisions to increase density, but we're saying not only are we not prepared to commit to the roads, and this is different, and Duncan makes a good point about Wilkes, that's completely fair, except we had this in an agreement. We had the developers sign off. The public knew this, saying we were going to get this thing twinned. The staff excused them without consulting the councillors, and we just get the complaints. That's what we get. We get the complaints raining in. So it's a fair point by Councillor Duncan, but we had this in 2014. We told people we would be doing this. So let's at least do the study. This will come back. This will come back through developers. They will want to do housing starts, and then maybe there'll be somebody else in this chair, and maybe the philosophy and the attitude will be different. I hope it will be, because these people deserve something. That we told them, we made representations in 2014. Unfortunately, I think we breached those, and it's time to put that right. And Councillor Chambers, in his speech about the housing accelerator, talked about being either a visionary or an exclusionary, which I always took a little hard. I never thought of myself as an exclusionary, but here, I mean, let's show some vision and at least go forward with the study, because Buena Vista South is only going to happen, all those housing starts, if we ever get this road built. And even if it doesn't, I think we owe it to the people who live there now. They moved in based on certain representations. Staff decided that road didn't need to be built. I harvest all the complaints. That's been, frankly, extremely frustrating. But here we have a chance to put it right. At least let's get the study done and get this project moving forward. Thank you.
Councillor Lukes to close? Oh, sorry, right now? Okay, so
Requested, quite rightly, a clause-by-clause vote.
So, yep. I'm with the clerks. Be quiet. Go ahead.
So it's my understanding that there's a request to vote on the new recommendations 1 and 2 and the amending motions separately.
Got it? So we're talking about the amending motion. Items 1 and 2 will be voted on separately. Got it? Okay, we're good. And a recorded vote has been called. So on item 1 of the amending motion, go ahead. Yep.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Sharma, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, Councillor Orlikow.
Thank you very much. All opposed?
Councillors Duncan, Lukes, Santos, and Wyatt.
Thank you very much.
The vote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yeas 11, nays 4.
The yeas have it. Moving on to number 2. This is the number 2. All in support. Recorded vote has been called. All in support.
Councillors Dobson, Mays, Rollins.
All opposed, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Chambers, Duncan, Durand Wood, Edie, Gilroy, Lukes, Santos, Wyatt, Sharma, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, Councillor Orlikow.
The vote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yeas 3, nays 12.
I think that it will call it for now. We're at 12:15. Is that correct? Wait. Oh, sorry. Get back. Back. We still have to do the main motion, right? On the motion as amended, all in support? Aye. Opposed? Recorded votes are being recalled. All in support? Please rise on the amended motion. Item as amended, sorry. Yeah.
We just passed.
Yes. We're voting now on the item as amended.
Clarity then, Mr. Acting Speaker. So basically, if we vote in support of this, it's pretty much the same
Same
vote
vote.
as we just had on the study.
Just one time, yeah.
All right.
This is just to do the study part?
The study part.
It's almost like a repeat
Okay,
of the
all in
first
support
vote on this
of,
matter.
pretty well one.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors, Allard, Chambers, Dobson, Durand Wood, Edie, Gilroy, Mays, Rollins, Sharma, and Mr. Deputy Speaker, Councillor Orlikow.
All opposed?
Councillors, Duncan, Lukes, Santos, and Wyatt.
The vote, Mr. Deputy Speaker, yeas 11, nays 4.
The vote is carried. Okay, so what do you think, an hour? Oh.
1:30.
1:30, they have event, so 1:30, try me back for 1:30, please. Yes. We're going to do it after we get back. No, she won't. She'll have a substitute in. Get ready for it. Okay, so thank you, everybody. We're back at 1:30.
Good afternoon. I'd like to reconvene our council meeting of June 25th. We are at the Public Works Committee still. Councillor Chambers, you could take the bylaws in Councillor Luke's absence.
I move that the bylaw number 56, 2026, 57, 2026, 62, 2026, and 68, 2026 be read.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
The bylaws numbered 56 of 2026, 57 of 2026, 62 of 2026, and 68 of 2026.
I move that bylaws numbered 56, 2026, 57, 2026, 62, 2026, and 68, 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried.
Bylaws numbered 56 of 2026, 57 of 2026, 62 of 2026, and 68 of 2026.
I move that Rule 50-2 of the procedure bylaw number 50-2007 be suspended, and bylaws numbered 56, 2026, 57, 2026, 62, 2026, and 68, 2026 be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary, carried. Now have question period under this committee. Councillor Chambers will take questions as a member of the Public Works Committee. Any questions today? Okay, seeing none, let's move on to the Executive Policy Committee reports dated June 16th. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by moving layover of items 1, 2, and 3.
We'll pull those down, but let's deal with consent.
Okay, then I would introduce a report, move adoption of consent agenda items 1 to 18, pulling 1, 2, 3, pulling 6, and 9.
6 is the Housing Accelerator Fund. 9 is the grant to the Winnipeg Soccer Federation. Councillor Gilroy? Pardon me?
13.
13, designated encampment sites. 11, Winnipeg Indigenous Accord. Councillor Mays?
5, please.
5, Mega Capital Project Summary Report. Councillor Rollins?
Sorry?
No, that's it? Okay.
Oh, I don't,
You're not pulling anything? I thought you had your hand up?
I am counting on a finger about something unrelated, Madam Speaker. I apologize.
Okay. Call the question on item 4, 7, 8, 10, 12, 14 through 18. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Item 1, secondary plan amendment, 1390 and 1470 Dugald Road, SBA 5 of 2026.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
If I may, Madam Speaker, I'd like to move layover of items 1, 2, and 3. Staff has advised wording cleanup is required.
Others, we can't speak to the layover.
If there was wording cleanup required, could it not be sent back to the committee? Because this is a major secondary plan and development application. To clean the wording up would be my advisement and bring it back to council.
The mayor has not moved referral back. He is moving layover to the next meeting of council, and it'll just be for item 1. Okay? So far.
Been 3?
We'll deal with them independently.
I see.
Okay? All in favor of the layover?
Aye.
Contrary? Okay. Carried, and the opposition is recorded. Item 2, Mr. Clerk.
Item 2, secondary plan, 1390 and 1470 Dugald Road, SP 2 of 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to move layover of item 2. Staff has indicated wording cleanup is required.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? And that is carried. Item 3, Mr. Clerk.
Item 3, subdivision and rezoning, 1390 and 1470 Dugald Road, DASZ 4 of 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'd like to move layover of item 3. Staff has advised wording cleanup is required.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? And that's carried. Item 5, Mr. Clerk.
Item 5, Mega Capital Project Summary Report, New Pick Upgrade Biosolids Facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To introduce the item,
I'll wait to hear from my colleague, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Mays.
Looking forward to tomorrow's council seminar. Thank you to our CAO and CFO for talking to me about some of the questions I have related to the biosolids project. Here is the main issue. Here, to quote Councillor Luke, so I can't be ruled out of order, something's got to give. We need to find out where the provincial money is coming from. We are moving to an award, and when I say we, I mean EPC, because the Water Committee no longer has jurisdiction over that. So EPC is moving to make an award on this project, a huge award for construction. It's a massive project. We have a federal commitment through the CHIF fund. The province is obligated to provide matching funding. We're providing a big bag of money. The issue is this: where is the provincial funding coming from? In 2025, if you look at the January finance report, it is clear that the province's contribution for 2025 came from what is called the SIB, the Strategic Infrastructure Basket, which should just be one big lump of money. It's a basket fund, but strangely enough, it's all subdivided. We have various projects being funded under the SIB. If the province is moving to continue funding through the SIB, and that is every indication that I've had, and I think every indication we've had behind closed doors from our own staff, then something's got to give in future years, because we've allocated, at least in 2027, it's in the budget, we've allocated the entire SIB. So the math isn't too hard. If you've got 90 million in expenditures budgeted, including a good chunk on the East of Red Recplex, interestingly, and some on Bonavista Recplex. If you've got 90 million allocated and the province says 30 mil of that has to go to biosolids, something's got to give. Either we got to incur more debt, or we got to cancel a whole whack of stuff, either roads or some of these recreation projects like East of Red, like Bonavista. We had the warm-up to this, of course, when we canceled the splash pad in Councillor Rowlands' ward, when the province made some changes to the SIB. So I'll vote for this project. I'll vote for this report today. I do feel it's a little incomplete in that it doesn't quite tell us where that money is coming from, but I am assured by Mr. Dunford in good faith that more information forthcoming tomorrow. So thank him for his efforts. I had intended to ask the CCO or the CAO to speak, but hopefully we'll get some more information tomorrow and we can go forward, because we're going to be awarding this massive construction contract. We should know where our partner's money is coming from, or if it is coming from the SIB, we sure as hell should be open with the electorate and say, yeah, we're not going to be able to fund $120 million worth of stuff with $90 million.
Thank you. Any further speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close?
You can call the question, Madam Speaker.
Question on item 5, all in favor? Contrary, carried. Item 6.
Item 6, Housing Accelerator Fund, semi-annual status update and future program plans.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I pulled this down to highlight a couple of things. First of all, to thank the entire team that's working on the Housing Accelerator Fund. The public service folks are continue to do a stellar job of this program. What this report highlights, among other things, is the fact that we have received an additional just over $4 million from the federal government to extend the Housing Accelerator program. And really, the one highlight that I wanted to mention today is the establishment of a vacant building grant as part of the Housing Accelerator Fund grant program. It's outlined in the report, and this goes to further the work that we have been doing as a council over the years, of a combination of carrot and stick approach, incentives and penalties where possible, to do what we can to get more of these vacant and derelict properties changed, turned into properties that are redeveloped. This is an incentive, a grant that will be available to property owners to redevelop their properties. And I want to thank our staff for creating this grant, utilizing these funds to maximize development, especially in these areas that have a disproportionate amount of neighborhood blight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow?
Yeah, I'm actually, sometimes I do. I completely love some of these projects but actually, I understand the intent of number 1. So you have a building owner that's derelict. He's left the house vacant for an enormous amount of time, slum landlord, whatever you want to call it, and now we're going to give them money to reward them for having a vacant building. This is similar to what I've been seeing in Vancouver with the BC with the condo model there. It's again rewarding people that, I have this property I have. Now I don't want to sell it at a loss, so I'm going to hold it. So, okay, federal government is going to give them a whack of money so they can absorb that loss and sell it at a profit, and so they don't have to let the market take its toll. So here I just feel that this is really rewarding people that shouldn't be rewarded. I think there's better use of that $3 million. For example, ripping down a house. When we take it in tax sales or whatever we do, it costs us a lot of money to rip down a house. That's why we can't sell them for $1, because groups that want to buy this land go, well, I have to spend $150,000, $200,000 on actually having this house torn apart, so that's not worth it in some areas. So I don't like this one too much at all. I believe it's rewarding bad behavior. I think there's other people in the neighborhoods. If we really want to do this, I think we could do it in an area way and say, if you have a home and you want to renovate your home to add a new unit or 2 units in it, I think that's fine. But you don't have to be a vacant house. There's a lot of people that are struggling who are just trying to make ends meet. They would like to have some rental income, but they can't afford the renovations to make that happen. So that's where I'd like to see the program, either going to refurbish vacant lots that we actually own and need to sell for $1, and or provide this opportunity for all the people in the area, not just the derelict or delinquent landlords that have just been sitting on these properties and letting them go to crap for years. So I don't like this at all, so I'll be asking for other ideas in here are fantastic. Number 1, just not that keen on. I think it's sending a bad message is if you do something bad and you let your house sit there, we'll come and give you money, so it's okay now for you if they follow up on that. That's what I see out of this. I see the same thing in BC. So I would like this money to be better allocated, 3 million, to be better allocated to ideas like I just mentioned before. So I won't be voting on one. I'll be asking for the votes to be separated clause by clause, or just one, pull one out, because the other ones are great. I don't have any problem with the other options in there. I just don't like what message it sends, and I'm not even sure how it's possibly going to work either. So I'm not supportive of one.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Mays.
Yeah, I wanted to make some comments en français, so we have the translation services. OK. Je pense que c'est important les octrois pour les gens sans abri. C'est important, c'est une bonne idée, je pense. Mais j'ai des problèmes avec des autres projets avec le fund. Demain, il y aura un vote sur le precinct K avec des changements de règles pour le precinct, pour accorder avec le fund, mais il y a des problèmes avec l'infrastructure. On doit améliorer, on doit créer de nouvelles infrastructures. C'est continue un problème dans les precincts et pour les banlieues avec des âgés, des familles. So, je pense que je veux soutenir le projet aujourd'hui, mais c'est un problème. Je continue demain avec les problèmes avec on doit changer les règles, des règles, mais il n'y a pas de monnaie pour l'infrastructure.
Thank you. Next speaker. Mr. Mayor, to close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll call a question on, if we can, clause by clause, but we'll just do, can we do 2 through 9? Can you call a question on 2 through 9, Madam Speaker, and one separately, however you want to handle that, Madam Speaker?
Thank you. Do that. I'll call the question on clause 1 with respect to vacant building grant. All in favor? Aye. Contrary? 3 in opposition? Captured. That's carried. And clause 2 through 9. All in favor? Contrary? And that's carried. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 6. Item 9. Grant to the Winnipeg Soccer Federation, Inc., to install new turf and lighting at the Ralph Cantafino Soccer Complex.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
This, to me, is an exciting investment in upgrading the Ralph Cantafio Soccer Complex on Waverley. It's a $600,000 grant to install new artificial turf and lighting. And that would pave the way certainly for more use and better use for any user of that facility. But most specifically, the potential of a Northern Super League team, soccer league franchise, being established here in Winnipeg. And I'll just say it, as I've said it publicly, I'll put it on record. I want to see a Northern Super League team in Winnipeg. Professional women's soccer is expanding, and I think it's very important. We have several, at least 4 professional leagues, teams in the city right now, baseball, football, basketball, and hockey. They're all men's teams. It'd be great to have a women's professional team to inspire all young athletes, but especially young girls. And so I'm excited to support this initiative, support this investment, and I ask all my colleagues to support as well.
Councillor Chambers, followed by Councillor Durant-Wood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of this motion, $600,000 to the soccer stadium just by Waverley Soccer Complex there. We're currently experiencing FIFA World Cup, and the frenzy that we're seeing in Toronto and Vancouver and across the United States is something to be reckoned with. I've seen the emergence of women's sports and basketball, the Professional Women's Hockey League, where a Canadian has, donated $100 million towards the Professional Women's Hockey League. And so while I raised boys, hopefully as I age and become a grandparent, that I have a granddaughter that would be able to play professional soccer, professional hockey, or professional basketball, and have those options available to her as well. So again, I'm supportive of this, this plan. I think it will be a great addition to the city if we get a women's soccer team. And as well, the spin-off economy. It's creating jobs. It's creating another source of entertainment and hopefully an affordable source of entertainment for all Winnipeggers to participate and enjoy. So again, I encourage my council colleagues to support this. And again, hopefully we'll be able to see a women's soccer team here in a city where young women will be able to participate and have an option available to them at the professional ranks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Durant-Wood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it'd be amazing to have a professional women's soccer team in Winnipeg. There's so much interest in soccer right now. It's a beautiful, accessible game, but to be taking the money for this grant from water main renewal budgets doesn't make any sense to me. The systems that support our safe drinking water and water treatment are arguably the most critical infrastructure that we have as a city, and we should be laser focused on that work, not chipping away at them at funds that have already been budgeted for unrelated projects. So I think this is it's a great project. It's worth supporting, but not using this funding method. So for that reason, I can't support this.
Thank you, Councillor Mays. Next speaker.
Thank you. Three things. As indicated earlier, this did not go through community committee. This did not go through standing committee. This is a budget amendment. So thanks to people who spoke earlier in opposition to a previous item, faulting all of those things, this is the exact same thing. It's a budget amendment. That said, I support it because it's 600 grand toward a total of 1.5 million. I paid heavily to get lights in at the soccer complex in my ward. Also paid pretty heavily on some of the turf field projects. So if we're bearing the entire cost here, that would seem unfair to certain other ward councillors. I think Councillor Chambers did a pretty good job getting turf field in St. Vital Mustangs. So, but we're not. We're cost sharing, which I think is the right way to do it. And frankly, I think I'd be out of line in objecting to this, having spearheaded through the renewal of the Goldeyes lease, which some people took as something to oppose, either because Sam Cates was involved or because they felt we weren't getting enough return. So this is, frankly, a subsidy to a pro sports team. We certainly did that with the Goldeyes, and I think it was the right thing to do and had benefits for downtown and for the economy, so I'll be supporting this today.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no doubt this will pass today, but I also have concerns when spray pads were taken away from Riverview. Where was this budget thinking? When $110,000 was taken away from West Broadway Neighborhood Center, where was this thinking? This is the ambitions that we have to be a sports city is one thing. I've heard from many in the soccer-loving community that they're concerned with the prices that little children have to pay to play soccer. And there is no greater testament to the adversity of how much it costs to have a little kid in hockey or a little child in soccer than the Riverview Community Center, who holds outside of Sport Manitoba an affordable alternative for hockey players, soccer players, and more. So it's with regret, because I received really nice wedding presents from the Cantafio family, which isn't a conflict, because not around Ralph, for the record, but I won't be supporting it today.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow.
I respect people who aren't going to support this. I completely understand why. And when the mayor first mentioned this, and I appreciate him giving me a heads up, I've had a lot of work with the boys, mostly the boys, over at the Soccerplex. If you go to that Soccerplex any day of the week, you're going to see it packed with amateurs, boys leagues mostly, some women's leagues too in there. It's packed. The soccer federation there, they put a lot of money into their own AstroTurf. They really got it going. And I understand some of the issues about moving money from one category over, and I got that. But again, it's in my ward. I really like it. Bottom line, I respect people from other wards going, I don't know, but I think having this women's league, when the mayor's asking about it, I go, well, we couldn't even hold on to a men's league. So what are we looking at this for? He goes, well, and he explained to me, and then I talked to some people at the Soccer Federation. Well, the size is perfect. The size has enough, they'll have enough seating. Problem with the men's league, I believe, it just didn't have that atmosphere because it was in such a big place, so you couldn't get that camaraderie, that funsies, I guess we'll call it, of being in that kind of environment. So I think it has plenty of parking, plenty of access. They're going to have stewards on site regardless what we do today. They're going to maintain it. They are very passionate about this site. And to have a women's league, I agree. I think a women's league, I used to ref women's soccer. It was a hard game to watch. The guys were different than the women's soccer. Women's soccer was rough. It was like, woof, they were really, really talented, but it was rough. I don't think I've given out red cards more than any game in my life. But they're very passionate, and there's a lot of women playing soccer. They don't really have anywhere to go that'd be this caliber. They have some good fields, but they need their space. So again, and this is also hinging on the fact they actually come here. So this grant won't happen. Which is I said if we just gave them the money and we hope they'll come, that may have turned me a little bit. But this case is they have to come before we actually sign off on it, and that's not guaranteed. So for those reasons, I'm quite excited about it. I think it's a great addition to Winnipeg. Yes, it is funding. Again, I think Councillor Chambers said jobs. Well, the women's players or the men's players at this level, they're usually billeted. There's no Major League Baseball salaries coming out of this game, not even CFL salaries coming out of this game. But it will, I think, promote women's soccer throughout the city of Winnipeg. And if anybody's been to their jamborees around the city of Winnipeg, I know the mayor was with me yesterday over at the Corridon Community Center one. I would say I counted four girls to one guy who were playing soccer. So it's really exploding, and especially on the women's side. So I think this is a great thing for Winnipeg, great thing for women's soccer. It's a great thing for investing in an amenity that'll be used by all, not just by the one group. So I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Councillor Eady?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'll be supporting this report. I just want to speak to it is important for us to have this women's league here in Winnipeg coming here. It'll inspire many, young women and girls to get into that sport. And as we know, sport is very important to keeping kids and youth away from being distracted on things that are not good for them or for the city. So, yeah, there is a cost for all kids to play sports, but I'd just like to point out, and I'm not sure exactly what the plans are for this league, professional women's soccer, and what their intentions are. But I can tell you about the Sea Bears when they got established here in Winnipeg, and now I don't think we provided them a grant. But ultimately, in bringing that professional basketball team here to Winnipeg, what also has happened is it inspired the young people, and basketball is already a big sport, but again, youth getting involved in sports keeps them from being distracted by all the things that are not healthy for them. And that's what the city needs to do in order to move forward. Yeah, we're dealing with the people right now who exist, and we had that discussion earlier with a delegate. We have a number of people who are struggling, and we want to keep them out of that illicit drug thing. I'm hearing of kids at 10 years old doing meth. We don't want that. Wouldn't it be great if that 10-year-old was involved in soccer, doing what they want to do? So if we want to see an end to all this illegal drug, well, the crisis as it is, we need to inspire. And so the Sea Bears have inspired outdoor basketball. They came to St. John's Park and the new basketball court there, working with, forgive me, I can't remember his name, but the point being is that's bringing and supporting financially, providing some financial inspiration for those kids to get involved in playing basketball. So it does reduce the cost because they're actually establishing themselves in neighborhoods, in the community, and trying to promote and bring forth and try to prevent barriers that could stop our youth from getting involved in sport. So I'll be supporting it. It's not my ward, whatever. But the ultimate thing is hopefully there are women in my ward who will eventually be playing in that league. And Madam Speaker, we have a very good, you and your ward, one of the best women's soccer players ever. Remind people of that. So let's inspire that. Let's do it.
Thank you, Councillor Eady. Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor, close.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You can call the question on this matter. Hopefully it's unanimous or close to it. Thank you.
All in favor, please rise.
My wedding.
Just be safe.
Yeah, just to be safe.
All in favor, please rise.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eady, Mays, Orlico, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Durand Wood, Gilroy.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 12, nays 2.
Thank you. Item 9 passes. Next item, Mr. Clerk.
Item 11, Winnipeg Indigenous Accord Partner Goals and Progress Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, wait to hear from my colleagues. Thank you.
This was stood down by Councillor Rollins. Councillor Wyatt.
I only stood it down for the reason that I do recall us having these ceremonies, one at the Forks, one here at City Hall. And it's funny how over time things kind of slowly digress or become less, attention or interest. It often comes and goes with whoever the city mayor is, but I know with Mayor Bowman, he was very big on this. And I know we, at every meeting, open up every meeting with a land and water acknowledgement. But, you know, the greatest thing I think we could be doing is making actual progress on issues of reconciliation that can be seen in the community and by citizens, especially citizens of Aboriginal descent, especially Aboriginal youth. And so I'm concerned that it's being laid over again for 90 days, which puts it past the election, which really is unfortunate because I think these issues are pertinent actually to the election. And so I really think though I thank the staff for the report and I'm sure all the work they do on it, it's not definitely anything to do with the staff. I think it's more the political priority in terms of making these, the TRC calls to action a reality terms of bringing them forward and making change across organization. And we represent a huge organization with lots of opportunities to create opportunities and hope, especially for Indigenous young people. And so I'm disappointed that this is not something that we have a full report here saying this is how many recommendations we've implemented, this is how far we've gone forward with regards to them, this is how much we have left over to implement per recommendation. That's really what we needed to see, and we don't have that today. So I'm just raising that because I think it is important. I don't think those ceremonies were just for publicity. I like to think that they were real and they meant something. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mays?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that this has been a tradition here, as Councillor Wyatt says, for a number of years under former Mayor Bowman, and the last 3 years, there would be a June report, and you were obligated to file as a councillor what you had done, and if you didn't meet the deadline, your report didn't go in, or if you just didn't file, your report didn't go in. So I've complied with the deadline, as I have every other year. I know Gilroy always does. I know Rollins always does. I think Allard always does. I'm not sure about everybody else. And that's the choice of people. But it was an opportunity to present to the public some of what you've done in an attempt to bring forward reconciliation. So I was quite proud. I did a project with the Louis Riel School Division at Darwin School, a whole entry mural that's been painted on an Indigenous theme. Certainly attended a number of, I went to the Red Dress event with MP Jeanette Levac, a number of other initiatives that I won't go through one by one, but I would hope this does come back before the election. It does say up to 90 days, because I think it does send an important signal, and it forces us collectively to publicly come forward with our reports. So it's a mystery why this isn't ready. It's actually a simplified report this year. It's actually much less detailed than in other years because all the external partners have been shed. So I'm proud of the work I did. I filed my report in a timely fashion. I don't know why it isn't here. I would welcome my colleagues if they want to talk about it. I know Councillor Rollins always has a very detailed report tying in her initiatives to various TRC calls to action. I think Councillor Gilroy does the same, to her credit. So mine is usually much more bullet point about various projects I have funded to further reconciliation. So I would certainly hope this comes back before the election, because I think that would be an appropriate show of respect to, well, the councillors who filed reports and to the Indigenous community.
Thank you. Next speaker on this topic. Councillor Rollins.
Madam Speaker, is it possible to hear from the CAO whether or not it is ready and just in the RSS and council isn't ready to receive it, or whether it is still, you know, to clarify Councillor Mays' questions?
Sure, we'll have the question to the CAO if he knows where it is in the process, so it can come before council sooner than later.
Madam Chair, through you to the councillor. We are trying to get this report ready. We are experiencing staffing issues at the moment. We're hoping to have it before 90 days, so we'll try. Sorry.
The question was posed, and to restate, Mr. CAO?
Yeah, we're trying to have it before 90 days. We are experiencing staffing issues, which is why we're requesting additional time. But if we can, we will.
Follow-up question?
Yes, with respect to staffing issues, I do recall, I think it was 5 months ago that it came before EPC and the staffing issues by Mr. Svensson was identified as the issue, not only on this, but the Welcoming Winnipeg one. At the time I recall, and Madam Speaker, that's the question for CAO, that there was a commitment to getting it done, and so there have been maybe perhaps more staffing issues than at that time?
think we can dive into those type of questions later. I think if
Could he expand on the staffing issues?
there's anything else to add at this time, otherwise I'm sure we'll receive a fulsome response.
The staffing issues persist as they were before, so we have the same similar vacancies that we had a few months back. Unfortunately, we haven't made progress on them at the moment, but we are trying to. So we are trying to recruit.
Any different question, Councillor Mays?
Russ had his hand up
Councillor
first, and
Wyatt?
then I can-
Or I have to ask, are you aware that, as one member of council, I'm grateful for shedding some light on the matter? Are you aware?
I am now, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll ask
Councillor
a
Mays?
somewhat more difficult question. One of the things in my report talked about the
Councillor
arguably-
Mays, same topic, or we're moving on?
Same
Okay, what is
topic.
the question?
In the report that I submitted by the deadline that isn't here because the report isn't here, like I filed my council report, right? I talk in there about an example where Welcoming Winnipeg actually worked the way it was supposed to, which was the naming of
Councillor
two-
Mays, we're reading into your summary now, which we will receive when we actually get the report. Is there a specific question that's of a time-sensitive nature for the CAO?
Yes, I'd like to get to a public naming of Tunga Sugat Park. We approved that some years ago here, named for the Inuit community in my ward in Bonavista, of all places. Yet we don't seem to be able to get the go-ahead from IRD or the historical markers. I know the mayor and I would both like to announce this, and yet we can't go because of our own
Okay, that's with
staff.
respect to the Welcoming Winnipeg policy, correct?
No, it's a triumph of the Welcoming Winnipeg policy. It's arguably the only time it did work. I'd like to celebrate that. So it's in my report, which isn't public here. So I'm just asking, how's it going with the Tunga Sugat Park announcement coming out of IRD?
I would have to get back to you on that one. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. I would have to get back to you on that one. I don't have a response for you right now, but I will get it for you.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. CAO. Still on this item, any further speakers? Mr. Mayor, do you wish to close?
Thank you, thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, this is an extension of time request. I might, though, just take a moment, though certainly the Welcome Winnipeg, pardon me, now Councillor Mace has me going on different reports here. The Winnipeg Indigenous Accord is an important report. I would remind us, though, that council, in my view, consistently and repeatedly takes the opportunity to involve ourselves in reconciliation through many other decisions that we make. When we realize that, according to statistics from our frontline workers, over 70, closer to 80% of the folks who are struggling with homelessness right now identify as Indigenous. When we make investments into reducing homelessness, when we make investments into providing housing, working with the province to partner to provide housing with wraparound supports, to me, we are in part addressing some of the issues that are disproportionately affecting Indigenous peoples of our community. When we support housing developments, even through the Housing Accelerator Fund, some of those funds are going to organizations like Shoal Lake 40, not organizations, pardon me, governments, like Shoal Lake 40, OCN, Opaquack Cree Nation, Rosa River. I've been able to be at the ribbon cutting of 3 multifamily units developed by those 3 First Nations. When we support Nawe Odina, we're supporting economic reconciliation and a great opportunity within Winnipeg to build the largest urban reserve, the largest Indigenous economic development zone, certainly in Winnipeg and perhaps in Western Canada. When we support the biodiversity and green space policy, we're supporting the City of Winnipeg for the first time ever, co-writing, co-authoring a policy with First Nations community members, Indigenous community members. When we support the work that goes on with other housing, the work that MMF is doing, all of this. When we support NUPIC, we're supporting protecting the lakes and the rivers, which our First Nations and Indigenous peoples have called us to do. So yes, the Winnipeg Indigenous Accord is important, but the broader work that we do in many ways touches reconciliation, consistently touches reconciliation on so many fronts. And I might just say, I think it's important for us to not lose sight of that and to see some of that work through this lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Call the question on item 11. All in favor? Contrary, carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 13, designated encampment sites.
Mr. Mayor, to introduce the item.
Yeah, I'll save my comments for the close. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and wait to hear from my colleagues.
First speaker, Councillor Eady.
I'll go first. I didn't stand it down, but I will go first.
Councillor Gilroy, do you wish to speak first? No, it doesn't matter. Councillor Eady.
I believe we'll be voting differently anyway, Madam Speaker. I'll be supporting the EPC decision here, but I am one who truly believes in the need to have a managed encampment to housing. It would make it much easier to facilitate supporting people who are living out there without a home, who are desperate, Madam Speaker. And desperation causes people to do desperate things. So I understand that. I don't condone some of the desperate things that happen out there. But the reality is we have thousands of people out there struggling. And we heard of some individual situations that really cause you to feel emotional pain, which I felt. In working with St. Boniface Street Links last year, we saw it, and there was an informal encampment, not really managed, but an informal encampment where people who weren't quite ready out there to move directly into housing and having all the supports that need to be around them, but they need a safe place themselves. And so there was an informal one happening beside the Louise Bridge, Madam Speaker, in my ward. Thought that we could locate one there, but there seems to be complicated problems. We do, on city services, we're spending money all the time on things that would support a managed encampment because those are the services we deliver. We really need a partner, so we heard an estimate of $2.58 million for managed encampment to housing. Not managed encampment that they're going to continue to live there forever, but a place where continued triage can happen rather than going back, because the way Street Links and I suppose Main Street Project, I don't know. But what happens is they're in contact with lots of people who are living out there in encampments, but they're wandering around during the day. In order to get back to the individuals that are ready and want and state, I want a home and I want support to get me there, you got to go find them. If you have a managed encampment to housing, that makes it easier. We heard from the expert who has a team with a lot of expertise, gets great success, 2,500 people placed in 52 months. That took a lot of work. But when we implement our new policy where we're moving people, like pushing them out during the day, whatever, we have an issue then to do the follow-up for those teams to do those things. That's what a managed encampment to housing can do. Now, I'm only going to say, right now, we as a city, I can tell, we don't have the money to do this. the supports required, is something that, well, the province is funding a lot of supports to try to deal with this crisis epidemic of mental illness and addictions. And we really need to work with them. I think that's very important because there's another big source of housing, and they are getting housing too. Your Way Home is getting people into a lot of suites that are managed by the Winnipeg Housing Rehab Corporation, and there's been struggles there. But the issues are being dealt with mostly by the province, is helping in funding organizations to try to assist people. To a large degree, StreetLinks is not getting necessarily that kind of support, for whatever reason. But ultimately, all I have to say, Madam Speaker, is I think it is important for this city. We need to also invest in things like I talked about with the soccer. We need to get more things, because we'll deal with the thousands who are there right now, but look at how many thousands are going to be out there right after. It's going to just keep happening. We got to help people stay away from the addictions. And we do that as a city through recreation and youth programs that are related to that. Those are very important. That's where we lack in making an investment, because we need to think about the long-term future. We divested a lot out of recreation at the end of the 90s. And as we move forward, and I can tell you, there's problems all around Manitoba. There's lots of people who come into Winnipeg because survival out in the rural area is even tougher, harder up in the north, very difficult. So anyway, all I want to say is I don't want to vote just to receive it as information, but I have to say we need it, and I shall campaign on it, and we as a city will do it after the election.
Thank you, Councillor Reedy. Any further speakers? Councillor Gilroy, Councillor Durant-Wood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm asking for my patience for my councillor colleagues, because this is something that, I'm dealing with in my community, and so I just think that this is the only response that we can make, Madam Speaker, and I think that eventually we're going to have to make this decision because of a court case that happened in Ontario, where the Ontario government wanted to do a road project, wanted to move people along, and that government said, the law case that was in front of the court said, if there's no housing, you cannot move people unless you provide a designated area, Madam Speaker. So I think that eventually we're going to come to this anyways with what we're facing in the city of Winnipeg. And I do want to thank Councillor Rollins, who asked for a robust conversation regarding this issue around homelessness and addiction, mental health, and the drug crisis. And I want to thank the mayor for agreeing to have those conversations, because I think we have to talk about it as a council, Madam Speaker, even though there's maybe only a few of us that are really impacted by it. So I appreciate my council colleagues for listening to an issue maybe that they're not as engaged in as I am. But this is taking place, Madam Speaker, on our streets. We cannot keep up with the demand. They're in our bus shelters. They are in the doorways of businesses. They're at the doorsteps of schools, and we cannot keep up as a city. And they're also in our parks, even though we're trying to manage that. How we're managing it in the parks is we are displacing people. And there's just simply, Madam Speaker, no place for people to go to address this issue. So as we move them along from one area, they move down the street, and it continues on in the next area, impacting another community, Madam Speaker. We have to find a space for people to go, because that is the right thing to do, not only for those residents that are impacted by this crisis right now, but for the community that is asking the city to do something regarding this. They don't care what level of government, they just want some results. And we're being impacted, Madam Speaker, because we are the local government, because we are in charge of policing, because we are in charge of cleaning our streets, Madam Speaker. We are in charge of our transit stations. So they are coming to us for help. And I wish that I had a solution. I don't think that a managed encampment site is the be-all and end-all. I've seen what they look like in other cities, but I do think it is a step forward that we need to take to address the issue right now. I think that as a city, we have to learn to pivot when we have these issues arise and find some solutions, and this could be a temporary solution so we can actually manage the crisis that's taking place in our streets and try to figure it out. Do I think the province needs to come to the table? Yes. But I think the city could be sending a strong message that we're willing to do it and have those strong conversations. We have the land, we just need the supports for you to come and help us with that. And I think it's really critical, Madam Speaker, because I see firsthand what needs to be done. And like when we say that there's that there's all this cost to the city, we are dealing with it. We are dealing with it when we're having Main Street Project attend, when we're having fire paramedics attend, when we have our police attend, when we have our transit drivers attend, when I'm calling for cleanups with Downtown Safety Partnership. We are paying for it anyways, Madam Speaker. What this would do was align the services where they could be best utilized so that we could prevent more overdoses and put the services where they're needed so that they're not looking all over the place. So, Madam Speaker, what happens is when we displace a group out of a bus shelter, which I'm all in favor for, right? I've been calling on that. But what happens is that now Main Street Project or whatever resources are out there doesn't know where those people have gone to, Madam Speaker. So if we actually have a coordinated effort in a coordinated area that aligns all the services, and that includes provincial services and the city services, we would have a better result, Madam Speaker, than everything just temporary happening in chaos all over our streets with it not being managed. And if we don't have a magic encampment, I really don't know how we're going to respond as a city. So we're gonna arrest our way out of this, or people are just going to come back out, and we're just going to see more of it. It's just going to dissipate and go to a different area. So we do need to have. I'm glad we're going to have the conversation tomorrow, but. We need to have a plan as a city, and I don't think we're being proactive. I think we're going to be reactive, because I think we're going to have to do this eventually. And yeah, in some cases, in some of the cities, it did not work well. That's a reality. And in some cases, in other cities, it is working well. We have to learn to pivot, right? And so that we have to learn from those other cities what they did wrong and what didn't work, and learn from the cities what they are doing right. This is not going to be a perfect situation. You're dealing with a complex issue around addictions and mental health and unhoused people, but it's a start, Madam Speaker. Right? And so I really want to encourage my councillor colleagues to support this. Let's just look at a site. Let's figure it out. We don't have to pull the trigger on it if we want to have more discussions on it, but we need to start preparing, because the community is begging for us to have results here, and we're not. And they're not happy. They're not happy with the city right now. And we're on the hook for it. Whether we like it or not, the people are seeing us as the problem, right? And so I do call on my provincial counterparts. I do think they need to be a part of this. I do want more out of the province and them to be at the meetings. And I do think we need to remove some of the bureaucratic stuff that's happening and have elected officials that are directly impacted, Madam Speaker, be part of these discussions, because I think bureaucracy is making decisions on behalf of residents, and some of those people don't even live near these areas, Madam Speaker. So they don't even understand the issues that is coming from the communities. So we need to have a plan, we need to have a response, it needs to be proactive and reactive, and we need to start the ball going on future discussions, Madam Speaker. I think that if we did this properly, it could be working in with the province's Our Way Home plan in terms of, you know, the discussions around Disraeli. I think that there could be some solutions there, but we need to have a plan. And right now, I'm feeling like we're just whack-a-mole, we're just, whatever area is on the hook next, we're trying to manage it, and then the next area, right? We're gonna have meetings after meetings after meetings without any tangible results. So I am hoping that we can really look at this. I mean, this isn't something new, other cities have done it, and we just have to move, Madam Speaker. Thanks for my councillor colleagues for listening. I know this is an interest to everybody, but I appreciate being heard on this topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Durant-Wood, followed by Councillor Rollins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Councillor Gilroy for your leadership on this. It's a very complex file, and I want to thank you for the work that you put into it. We are at a very, very difficult place with homelessness, poverty, and addictions in our city. Some of the language used by Marion Willis this morning is pretty sobering. Vast wastelands of despair. That's not the Winnipeg that I think that we should be aiming for. Folks in the sector are saying that things have never been this bad. We have an encampment policy that I think was well intended, is in practice barely enforceable. Between this policy and the closure of hundreds of shelter beds, unhoused people in our city have never had fewer options. Is a managed encampment a perfect solution? No. We have heard from the support sector, they have fears that without net new resources, a managed encampment could spread existing resources thin. Could we do it without support from the province? Maybe not. But in the face of a crisis, we have to be willing to take chances and try out new ways to support folks while we are waiting for more housing, more addiction support, and more wraparound supports. Why wouldn't we at least take tentative first steps towards planning what a designated encampment could look like? Because we heard Marianne say this morning, we can manage through chaos or we can manage with a plan, and I would rather manage with a plan. There was a landmark decision from Waterloo last month. The judge ruled that homelessness is a protected ground under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Experts believe that this ruling will have implications for encampment bylaws across the country. I would not be surprised to see a legal challenge come forward, maybe coordinated by folks in the homelessness support sector. I think we need to be ready for that. Unhoused people in Winnipeg deserve safe homes. We can't get them all matched with proper housing and supports that they need overnight, but we can take steps towards improving the conditions of their living. At the very least, these folks deserve the dignity of a proper toilet and running water. The cost of doing nothing is being paid by us all. We've heard that very clearly. So for these reasons, I will not be supporting simply receiving this as information. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rollins, followed by Councillor Orlico.
I want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Durant-Wood and Councillor Gilroy, and indeed, I believe this is, Madam Speaker, coming from a citizen committee, the Public Safety Committee. It was here not too long ago in a different form, up through Community Services, I believe, and here we are again. Like last time, Madam Speaker, a managed encampment site doesn't have my support, but I want to say a few things with respect to what we have done as a team, not only this term, but last term, with respect to housing. And I'm going to do something rare, Madam Speaker. I'm going to pull in some members of the mayor's team here who I'm really actually very grateful for, who, you know, his chief of staff, Destiny Watt, and I had a very critical meeting, and Madam Speaker, if I may say, one that personally I feel really grateful for. We sat down, and it's been a long time, Madam Speaker, and and we talked about what is going on our city streets. And I say this because it is very personal for many of us, and it's our residents, it's our community organizations, and day after day, you're getting photographs of disorder, of human suffering, and of your residents, not just your first responders, Madam Speaker, who we know are very tired, but your residents who are learning for the first time how to inject someone with naloxone to save their lives. And that has been the case not only of our mayor, as we know, but of his chief of staff. So that hits home, Madam Speaker. It's not just, counselors like me interested in harm reduction anymore that is going to these naloxone. It was all of council that learned or had the opportunity to learn if they attended the Winnipeg Fire Paramedic Service session a few months ago on how to do it, because that's the need, Madam Speaker. It is every neighbor and more. As a council, it's been a better part of a year since we voted to use and organized to use land for housing. And it's been almost 4 years now that the mayor and I moved the motion to get it in order. And to date, we know the province has not started on the 4 sites. And this is a missed opportunity, Madam Speaker. We are outpacing the province on rent geared to income and punching far above our weight on units. And that is due in no small part to work in collaboration with each and every one of council. Yes, I've had criticisms of what we need to do in terms of adding more resources in a time of need, but it is time for even me, Madam Speaker, to put a little water in my wine and sit down with community. We heard, Madam Speaker, Marion Willis come, and it is clear that our approach to encampments, the $387,000 or $550,000 a year we spend, and the change we made for the RFP meant that councillors themselves, through their ward offices, started addressing their own purchasing power, Madam Speaker. And it is roughly half now of 3 councillors augmenting to get 1 service provider back. Tomorrow we have a meeting, Madam Speaker, that I hope all councillors attend, given the level of public safety and public health emergency we see on city streets. And that's an opportunity to talk about direct, tangible actions to change the summer trajectory for residents that are finding people on their doorstep, businesses that are finding people in their lobbies or on their doorsteps to the extent they can't get in their business. And to really address some of the structural issues we have where a city is outpacing the housing supports that we need in the pipeline from a province. That a city is staring down the face of a public health emergency without some of the very critical backstops that other big cities across the country have, like access to addictions medicine 24/7, like an alternative response to Winnipeg Fire or Police Services 24/7, staffed with allied health professionals. Unlike any other big city, we have a province that underfunds mental health and addictions medicine to the degree of 15%, Madam Speaker. Canadian Institute of Health Information makes it very plain that across the country, provincial governments are funding the federal health transfer at 31% targeted towards addictions medicine and mental health. So of course, this city is going to have issues because we have nothing firm to lean against sometimes. And we participate in Your Way Home, we sure do. But when Your Way Home, when we're outpacing Your Way Home for rent geared to income, when land is sitting, waiting for a province to build upon that we've put in order, and it's been at least 7 months where we don't know if they're building, the hurry up and wait is at its peak. We can't, I'm going to suggest, Madam Speaker, hurry up and wait any longer. My residents certainly can't. The residents of downtown can't. The residents of Mynarski can't. The residents of Daniel Mac can't. All across the city, from Linden Woods to Old Cadonan, Madam Speaker, it's an issue. So I'm looking forward to a productive meeting tomorrow. I'm looking for the full participation of council. And I want to thank Destiny Watt for sitting down and doing some meaningful together time to look at all the asks we have and determine what is tangible, what is real, Madam Speaker. And when we go forward, I think that will be a positive thing. And there's still work to be done. And Madam Speaker, I'm grateful for this motion for the Citizen Committee, because it is critical that we keep discussing this issue until there's a tangible difference on city streets.
Thank you, Councillor Rollins. Next speaker, Councillor Gilroy. You've spoken to the matter already. Any further speakers on the item? I'm still awake, Councillor Gilroy, trying to get in twice.
Can I say one more thing? Just
Not at this time. Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. Full credit to Councillor Gilroy for, trying to get in one more time. So, but this is a very serious matter. And I appreciate the discussion, the debate, and though I don't agree with, where a couple of the councillors come down, there's no doubt, not for a minute, do I believe that any councillor here is not bothered. Every one of us is bothered by what we see on our streets. Every one of us cares about what is happening in our community with people that are homeless. And I think, the addiction crisis is almost more acute and more problematic than the homeless crisis we've got right now, because I think many of us would agree the addictions that people are facing in part are keeping some people homeless. It's really difficult to be successfully housed when someone is struggling with addiction to the depth that we see of some members of our community. I'm going to maintain my position in not supporting a sanctioned encampment, a designated encampment site. I want to say clearly I'm grateful for every frontline agency that is doing their part to try to address the issue and try to help people who are struggling with homelessness, get them into housing with the wraparound supports. I'm grateful in part, also, in that to Marion Willis and the entire team at St. Boniface Street Links. She indicated today as a delegate, Madam Speaker, that over the last several years, St. Boniface Street Links has successfully housed 2,500 people, with 80% of those individuals, according to her claim, remaining in housing. That's good news. She's told me in the past, I think you heard her say it this morning as well, that she has access to housing. So my point is, quite frankly, St. Boniface Street Links is being successful without a designated encampment site. The motion that is before us today asks our staff to look at potential designated encampment sites in all areas through the city. That would mean every ward should be looked at. What we have right now is a partnership with the province of Manitoba, with frontline service agencies. We are going to have a discussion, an informal discussion tomorrow, members of council. Thank you, Councillor, through you. Thank you, Councillor Rollins, for calling for it. I look forward to everybody being there just to have a discussion as members who are working on this together. Don't know what's going to come of that, but look forward to hearing from one another. A designated encampment and I think even those that support of it, I want to give them credit, are not saying it's going to solve all things. It most certainly won't. Some communities are moving away from it after having them. A designated encampment site would not be the panacea. It would not provide, I don't think, the solution that people think it would provide. Because even with a designated encampment, you can't make an encampment big enough to house all the people struggling with homelessness right now. And what do you say to the people that say, well, I don't want to go to the designated encampment. I want to continue to live out in this area or that area. The challenges associated with encampments, and sometimes the crime associated with it, sometimes the drug activity that goes on in the communities and sometime in those places will still persist. Right now, the need that most people have who are in encampments, the primary resources they need are provincial resources. Resources that are under the purview of the province of Manitoba. The province of Manitoba has said clearly, though they're good partners, they are not interested in funding a designated encampment site. They're not interested in putting services in a designated encampment. It would be unwise for us as a city of Winnipeg to take on more provincial responsibility. We are doing a lot of that already. A lot of the funding that we are providing right now is funding that we didn't provide just a few years ago. We have funding now for 24/7 safe spaces. We have increased our funding for outreach services. And so we continue to do that work and continue to be good partners to the province of Manitoba. The motion before us is to have our staff look at potential designated encampment sites in all areas throughout the city for service providers to attend. I'm asking council to reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let's call for a recorded vote. All in favor, please rise. Of the Executive Policy Committee. Yes.
Receive as information, so I want to be clear. I don't want you to stand at the wrong time. But if you want to stand, you can.
His Worship, Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Eadie, Rollins, Santos, Wyatt, and Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma.
Those opposed, please rise.
Councillors Durand-Wood, Gilroy, Mays, and Orlico.
The vote, Madam Speaker, yeas 11, nays 4.
The item carries. Next, we're moving on to the notice of motion from the February council meeting. It was moved by Councillor Wyatt and seconded by Councillor Mays. It's regarding the Mental Health and Addiction Summit.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to
Councillor Wyatt.
rise to lay over for 160 days the item.
That's in order, Mr. Clerk. Okay, lay over for 160 days, the notice of motion. Okay, and the seconder was Councillor Mays. All in favor?
Well, just a question, will Councillor Orlico be required to come back no matter where he is for some of these motions that we lay over? I just wondered.
It's not a public hearing, not the same group. Okay, the motion's on the floor. All in favor? Contrary? That's carried with Councillor Santos in opposition. Okay, there's no motions. We'll move into bylaws under Executive Policy Committee. Pardon me? Are there any motions, Mr. Clerk, under EPC, none that I have? Okay. Thank you, Councillor Chambers. Mr. Mayor, bylaws?
Madam Speaker, I move the following bylaws be read a first time. Bylaw number 59, 2026, bylaw number 66, 2026, bylaw number 69, 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 59 of 2026, 66 of 2026, and 69 of 2026.
I move the bylaws number 59, 2026, 66, 2026, and 69, 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 59 of 2026, 66 of 2026, and 69 of 2026.
And I move, Madam Speaker, that rule number 52 of the procedure bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and bylaws number 59, 2026, 66, 2026, and 69, 2026 be read a third time, and that the same be passed in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Question period for the mayor. Any questions? Okay. None today. Next is the report of the Standing Policy Committee on Property and Development. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to introduce the report of June 11th and move adoption of consent agenda items 1 through 10.
Okay, 1 through 10. Mr. Mayor?
Please, Madam Speaker.
1 is the surplus declaration and sale of property adjacent to 180 Market Avenue. Number
And-
5 will be pulled as well. Mr.
Thank
Chair?
you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd also like to stand down item number 5.
Okay. Then I'll call the question on the remaining 2 through 4, 6 through 10. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 1, surplus declaration and sale of property adjacent to 180 Market Avenue.
Thank you. Councillor Duncan to introduce the item.
Yeah, thank you very much. Very positive information here coming out of committee to council today. I'll let my council colleague, Mayor, speak to it.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Madam Speaker, this is a really exciting opportunity that we have as a council to support the Performing Arts Committee or Council and play a bigger part in the redevelopment and the revitalization of the Pantages Theatre. The Pantages Theatre obviously is just across the street from this chamber. It is a historic building with such a rich history and a really important potential for its future. The vision to redevelop this site, to reinvigorate this theater, to make it available again for artistic performances, especially of the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra, is an exciting opportunity that is before us right now. And so by supporting this report, we'd be supporting the City of Winnipeg in their reacquisition of the site, which is the Pantages Theatre Annex. And upon taking title, we could then today really declare the item surplus to the needs, and council approves the declaration. The annex is transferred to the Performing Arts Consortium of Winnipeg. Be excited to see what they could do with that space in cleaning it up a little bit and really incorporating it into their vision and their plans. And I can envision a day when we have the Pantages Theatre up and running and open again, a beautiful new space, renewed space, where there are performances of the Winnipeg Symphony Orchestra and people who are coming to the performance on a warm evening can enjoy the outdoors space right beside the theater before going in, meeting one another, perhaps enjoying a refreshment, and just being part of what continues to be a great arts community in Winnipeg. So this is our opportunity, and I'm asking colleagues to unanimously support this. And I want to thank Angela Birdsell, Kurt Vossen, and the entire board, and all the organizers who are part of the Performing Arts Consortium in Winnipeg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any further speakers? Councillor Orlico?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I glanced over this report, but I do remember reading it before, so if I'm wrong, the mayor can set to let me know. But the essence of what we're saying is, yes, you gentlemen, you tried to do something at Pantages Theatre, you bought all this land, it didn't kind of work out for you, and now you want to get out of the piece over here, and the city's going to compensate you for your failure to actually get the Pantages Theatre going by giving you another piece of land, a land swap. I think that's what was happening here today. If I'm wrong, that's fine. So again, not the concept of what, and again, I always get nervous a little bit about land swaps, obviously. So I guess I am nervous. The developer who took the Pantages over did it, so he did it. They took a bid, they took all this land, and now we're letting them, it didn't work out, too bad. And in lieu of that, we're going to give them a new piece of land because they failed at Pantages Theatre, and we're going to give them a free land over here because you kind of made a bad decision on the Pantages of private sector. Now, and then we want that space out front. I'm not sure if we actually necessarily need it to have that space, but so be it, because I'm not sure what that developer's going to do with that space regardless.
They're all kind of landlocked out of it. We may not be able to build on it, but nor can the developer really build on it because they have the subway car, the streetcar there. So I'd like to, in closing, from the mayor can explain to me, really, I understand the Pantasia thing, but why don't we just make the developer, take the loss, keep the land on the other side, sell that for market value if we can, and the developer wants to give it the land in lieu of or with a tax credit. I don't mind that too much because it is a city asset, be back. So I understand the concept. I'm not totally against it, but I would like to have a little more explanation of how this came about, where to me it really looks like we're just giving a developer a way out of a deal where they maybe should have done a little more due diligence. So I'll be interested to hear the reply on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Mr. Mayor, to close? Councillor Duncan?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. All great news here, and for clarification purposes, this is the parcel of land outside of the Pantages Theatre that is actually being sold to Pantages for $1. The former landowners have acquired another piece of land for development under the Housing Accelerator Fund. This was also reviewed by the Independence Fairness Commissioner that gave it a go-ahead on the city side of things. So, yeah. Call the question.
Thank you. I'll call the question. Item 1, all in favor? Contrary? That's carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 5, rezoning 284 Wellington Crescent, DAZ 208 of 2026.
The applicant has withdrawn the item. I believe it's important that we move to file it, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, if we could move to file this item.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Okay, that concludes the items under this report. On to bylaws, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll move that the following bylaws be read a first time, that being number 19, 2026, 21, 2026, and 60, 2026.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws number 19 of 2026, 21 of 2026, and 60 of 2026.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I'll move that the following bylaws be read a second time, that being number 83, 2023, and number 23 and 48 of 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 83 of 2023, 23 of 2026, and 48 of 2026.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'll move that the bylaws numbered 83, 2023, 23, 2026, and 48, 2026 be read a third time and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Madam Speaker, I'll move that the following bylaws also be read a first time, that being number 61, 63, 65, 67, and 70, 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 61 of 2026, 63 of 2026, 65 of 2026, 67 of 2026, and 70 of 2026.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker, I'll move that bylaws number 61, 63, and 65 of 20, and let me try that again. I'll move that bylaws number 61, 63, 65, 67, and 70 of 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor? Aye. Contrary? Carried.
Bylaws numbered 61 of 2026, 63 of 2026, 65 of 2026, 67 of 2026, and 70 of 2026.
And Madam Speaker, I'll move that Rule 50, parentheses 2 of the procedure bylaw, number 50/2007, be suspended of the bylaws number 61, 2026, 63, 2026, 65, 2026, 67, 2026, and 70 of 2026 be read a third time, and that the same be passed and ordered to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Now we'll get into question period under this committee. Any questions for the Chair, Councillor Duncan? Next committee is the Standing Policy Committee on Water and Waste and the Environment.
I'd like to introduce the report of the Water, Waste, and Environment Committee, June 15th, 2026, and move consent items 1 through 4.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Councillor Durant-Wood?
Please.
4, Climate Communications Campaign for Transparency. Pull that one. I'll call the question 1 through 3. All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 4, Climate Communications Campaign for Transparency and Action.
Councillor Eady to introduce the item.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'll just give a quick introduction. So we have this advisory committee to water and waste environment regarding climate change. And they themselves are looking at spending $15,000 in establishing communication lines and to understand and work on issues with organizations out there working on climate change issues. And it's very similar, Madam Speaker, to an initiative we did with the Access Advisory Committee back in Madam Speaker, our second term, in which we were communicating, or was it? No, first term, in which we were communicated with the various disability organizations on accessibility, City of Winnipeg. We put together for transparency what the demands and expectations were of persons with organizations with disabilities. We even ended up having a public forum on it, and I think that this initiative that this advisory committee is moving forward is a good idea.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Durant-Wood?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to support this item. The CARC commissioned some very important research last year that shows a significant majority of Winnipeggers are concerned about climate change, want the city to act, and don't know what we are doing to address climate change. And we know we need to reduce climate change misinformation and denialism. We need to normalize talking about climate change, and we need to get residents on board by giving them their own tools. And just as importantly, help them to understand what actions that we are taking as a city. So I think this communications campaign has the potential to help with all of this. And I'm very happy to see, hopefully it's going to be supported by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Eady, to close.
Yeah, just to close, Madam Speaker, the city is undertaking its own communication and consultations regarding climate change and effects of climate change and to contribute, but that report will be I think they're finished in about 16 to 18 months. So this will help to the advisory committee and the city's efforts, and let's try to bring it all together.
Thank you. I'll call the question on item 4. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Now move into motions under this committee. Motion 1, moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Mays. It's an automatic referral with respect to ecological reserves. Referral to the Standing Committee. No bylaws. We'll now have question period. Any questions for Councillor Eady? Okay. No questions. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Community Services. Our chair, Councillor Santos.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. Saw hands going up. Okay.
Sorry about that. Okay, I will plan to move the report of June 9, 2026, and move adoption and consent agenda items 1 to 3.
Counselor Mays?
3.
3?
Pull 2.
3 is capital grant for arena renewal project. Item 2 is the Animal Services Operating Agency. Call the question on 1. All in favor? Contrary? Carried. Mr. Clerk?
Item 2, dissolve Animal Services Special Operating Agency and reorganize as Animal Services Division of Community Services Department.
Thank you. Counselor Santos to introduce the item.
Sure, I'll wait to hear from my council colleagues.
Thank you. Counselor Rollins?
Speaker, I rise because this is really good work by Councillor Santos. This is something that I had wanted to do last term when I was chair. It's the right thing to do. It wasn't operating like a SOA. And I want to thank the public service and thank Councillor Santos and her committee because it's the right thing to do. It is, but it will still stay the same, right? It will still be the same animal services because at the end of the day, this wasn't an SOA. This really was operating like a division. And sometimes I appreciate that councillors gone by, and maybe it was even Madam Speaker, Councillor Santos's predecessor, that, you know, had ambitions for this SOA. But, you know, when it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's a division, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Santos to close.
No, you can just call the question. Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Item 3.
Item 3, capital grant for arena renewal project, sewer line relocation at Dakota Community Center.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Sure, I'll wait to hear from my council colleague.
Councillor Mays?
Thank you. This is a reflection of a long ago motion that an Allard Mays motion from more than 4 years ago that began to actually spend the $8 million that Rochelle Squires had allocated to the city for arena renewal, allocated in 2020, then into the budget in 2022. So divided out in that motion amongst all 15 wards. Actually, one of the best things I think we've done here. Every ward got at least $100,000. Every city arena got something. Councillor Nason actually said, well, I don't have any city arenas, so he hand wrote in, if I don't have a city arena, then the community center gets a grant, and that carried the day. So here we are, all these years later. Good to see this in Councillor Chambers' ward. I'll certainly be supportive. You may, there's like a, what's the Leonard Cohen line about why ask for so much? And then the response is, why not ask for more? So here we have $8 million. We have done no new arenas since the departure of Sam Cates, quite frankly. We have had 12 years without a new arena, a new sheet of ice being built, unfortunately. So this was a stopgap. This was a Band-Aid to try and get all these aging arenas to more life. All of which is good. The mayor announced it. I think the mayor voted against it when he was a councillor, but as mayor announced it with Minister Simard somewhere up there, Shawchuck, one of the arenas in the Northeast. So we are inching forward, and Councillor Chambers actually is getting 2 of his done because Councillor Luke has no arenas at all, interestingly. So my point, though, is this. We continue to get these reports, and the reports keep getting a longer and longer and longer date by which time the work is to be finished. So the most recent one now says 2028, so it's gone from 2025 to 2028 over the last few years. My ward's actually been pretty well taken care of, so I'm not complaining, not whining, as some claim about my ward here. My ward did pretty well on this, so, and the works proceeded. My concern is, if you get $8 million from the provincial government, you should be able to spend it in less than 8 years on arenas. If we're asking the provincial government for $300 million on biosolids and $500 million on Project 3, and we got to be done by 2030, it does not imbue confidence. It does not suggest great confidence that we can get that out the door when it takes us 8 years to get 8 million out the door. So perhaps it will finally be spent in 2028, 2 elections after Rochelle Squires has departed. Perhaps it will finally be spent in 2028 after some of us have departed or not, or some of us, like Councillor Dobson, have departed and come back, Councillor Wyatt. I would encourage the public service to try and move this forward more quickly. The response I got, and I got a better response from this CAO than the previous CAO when I asked the exact same question, was staff shortages. I want to wish Brad Erickson well in his upcoming retirement. Brad Erickson has been great. He's been kick-ass to deal with, I have to say, over the years. He's gotten stuff done. So I'm not pointing the finger at anybody here, but we can't be taking, at best, 6 years to do $8 million on these crap arenas that we still have. I mean, there is a need to fix up these arenas. Dakota's actually in pretty good shape, to be fair to Councillor Chambers, but some of these other ones, we really need to be investing money in there. So I had no role in the budget, as indicated earlier. Non-EPC councillors told we didn't have any way to provide input. So I would encourage those who do have input into the budget to try and set aside some staff resources, because this is just sad that it's taking us potentially 6 years from when Allard and I made this motion and hope to get some announcements. As I've said before, I was thought we'd get 2022 election announceables. Now we're going to get, at best, 2026 election announceables. At this phase, maybe 2030 election announceables. So, yes, sure. Thank you. Or provincial, with Luke's. I mean, I was interrupted in my own defense. I know. So, Madam Speaker, we've got to do a little, it's a great program. I'm very proud Allard and I put this thing together. Every ward's getting something, but we got to pick up the pace here. So I would encourage the CAO and those with a say in the budget to move it along, to get some more staff resources and do some more announcements before we have yet another provincial election or federal election, or this won't get done before the city elections, but really that the end date on this just keeps sliding and sliding. So for today, happy to support Councillor Chambers and his efforts to help Dakota on this one, but we need to get this thing moving more quickly. If we're not building new arenas, let's at least fix the existing stock of what we have, and let's not take 6 years to spend $8 million. It doesn't instill confidence that we can get $500 million out the door in 4 years.
Thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief in my remarks. Yes, this $300,000 capital grant, it was to help Dakota Community Center, who experienced a sewer backup to one of the gyms in the lower areas of the community center. They had to file an insurance claim, which remediated some of the damage that was done. But by the same token, they're leaving themselves open to exposure by leaving this sewer line in its current location. So it does need to be moved to mitigate against future occurrences of flooding of their gym on the lower level. So asking members of council to consider this and voting in support of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eady.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I'm rising. I'll be voting for this report, and actually I'm happy that Councillor Mays did step this down. I just have to air one of my concerns. Yes, no city-owned arena anymore in the Mynarski ward. But we do have the West Kildonan Community Center Arena, Memorial Arena, attached to the community center. And actually, that property is owned by the city, not owned by the board that's overseeing it. It's actually owned by the city. It's a city building. We have a community center group that is trying to manage both the community center and the arena. Now, as part of that, Councillor Mays and a number of people brought forth the concept of, well, if there's $100,000, maybe we should study the utilization of in-ground heat pumps in order to reduce the cost of energy and supply, and the possibility of actually maybe selling or somehow utilizing it to, for example, right across the street is the West Kelowna Library, which needs its heating and cooling systems all renewed. I heard today about saving the West Kelowna Arena, or the West Kelowna Library, which today, it's not moving. However, it still requires a $10.7 million 23 cost estimate, Class 3, Madam Speaker. But in looking at that, what didn't happen, and it took forever, because concentration started on the city-owned arenas first. That was the priority. So what do I find? The city-owned Sargent Park Arena actually had an in-ground heat pump study done. But the West Kelowna Memorial Arena did not. So I have to say I'm kind of disappointed. It was a great program. I appreciate all the work that was done for arenas across the city. That's great. And I appreciate they did do, they didn't look at the feasibility of the in-ground heat pump, but what they did do is they utilized the dollars to come up with a full condition report on the arena and community center. There's a lot of investment dollars that are needed for that. And it is important for our older neighborhoods. This was a campus idea, actually. So you had a school built, you got a community center, an arena, you got a library, even the school division office is right there. It's like a little campus area for government-delivered services. And, anyway, I just wanted to say, mention that, but yeah, the program's great. It's too bad it's taken so long to continue getting the work done, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Orlikow?
Yeah, just quickly, so I also see a notice of motion coming forward for another additional $7.5 million funding for Dakota Community Center third area and recreational center expansion project. Again, everybody should be able to make requests, and that's what this notice of motion will come forward as that. I have a very exciting arena announcement coming up shortly. I won't do it today. I have to get permission from the third parties to bring that forward. But again, I'm opening the door on this one and supporting this one, and I just want to put a flag right there in it, that the area, what we're looking at, building the new arena complex, is going to need water drainage. There's just absolutely no way around it. So yes, I support this, and I hope the new council, I'll remind the new councilor after I leave that this was supported here, so hopefully that will be the same kind of support we'll get for the new complex, which is pending. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Santos to close.
Just, appreciate the comments all around. We all love our beloved arenas in our communities. Sure, I can understand that the time frame is taking a little longer than usual, but yeah, we do have some capacity issues within the department, but with the leadership of our new MA, I can't remember his name. Oh my goodness, the name escapes me. But Brad Erickson and his team, they're doing fantastic work and continuously updating us as we go with other arenas. But this is great work and happy to support it.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question on item 3. All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
And sorry, Madam Speaker, I just wanted to put on the public record as well. I want to thank Councillor Mays and Councillor Allard for their work in all of this as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go right in.
We have motion 3 that's been circulated. It's moved by Councillor Chambers, seconded by Councillor Lukes. It's with respect to Dakota Community Center. It'll be an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. Motion 4, moved by Councillor Gilroy, seconded by Councillor Rollins, with respect to Sherbrooke Pool public swim time, an automatic referral to the Standing Committee. Okay, we'll now move into bylaws. Councillor Santos.
I move that bylaw number 64, 2026 be read a first time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 64 of 2026.
I move that bylaw number 64, 2026 be read a second time.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried.
Bylaw number 64 of 2026.
I move that Rule 50, Sub 2 of the procedural bylaw number 50, 2007 be suspended, and bylaw number 64, 2026 be read a third time in order to be signed and sealed.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. We'll have question period under this committee. Any questions for Councillor Santos? Okay, seeing none. Next is the Standing Policy Committee on Finance and Economic Development. Councillor Brawadi, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce the report of June 12th, 2026. Move report 1.
All in favor? Contrary? Carried. There's no motions, no bylaws today. We'll get right into question period. Councillor Mayes.
I would very much like you to sing the response to this, if at all possible, Roland. The Biosolids Council seminar is coming tomorrow. As indicated earlier, I have concerns about, it's good if the province is paying. Certainly when I was chair of Water and Waste, I thought we should go it alone on CSO and we should get the province to kick in more on North End, and that luckily is exactly how this is playing out. But the concern is if they're paying their share, taking it out of the strategic infrastructure basket, because we've allocated $90 million on a 30 million-ish for roads, some for Russ's East of Red thing, a bunch of other projects, basically, totaling 90 million. Something's got to give if 30 million of that has to go to the biosolids. So, and I know in 2025, they used strategic infrastructure basket, that's public. So anything you can tell us on that? Do we have any information? Is there some debate we need to be having in terms of if we can't spend $120 million if we only have $90 million. So I'd be concerned about just one project in my ward. There are various other projects, and there's a big chunk going to roads. So anything you can tell us about provincial funding plans on biosolids?
Thank you. Councillor Brawadi.
I thank the member for his question, and I will get back to him.
Okay. Any further questions? Okay. Seeing none, that concludes our agenda for today. Councillor Duncan, do you move adjournment?
I'll move for adjournment.
All in favor?
Aye.
Contrary? Carried. Please stay for roll call.
Madam Speaker, Councillor Sharma, His Worship Mayor Gillingham, Councillors Allard, Brawadi, Chambers, Dobson, Duncan, Durand-Wood, Eadie, Gilroy, Mays, Orlico, Rollins, and Santos.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.